to Dirk.
Dirk, wasn't he? Yeah. I thought the record he
I
did.
think Jesse's the one that told us Dirk is that dude. Or no, he said Young Boy is that dude.
Where's
No, well,
No, yeah, those are nuts.
compete. The actual songs. He's got maybe 3 songs. And I'm like, oh yeah, this shit is kind of dope.
I like the I want to get. Yeah, I think this is like catchy radio shit right here.
That's the Dirk and Cole.
Yeah. Yeah, that's catchy radio shit right there.
I'm assuming 125.
You know what it is. Complex. Complex, let's get this new Lil Durk on. What's up, loved ones?
For whatever reason, I was in a Nicki Minaj mood on the way here because I love that. I love that Red Ruby joint, man.
Oh yeah, that's hot. I saw that one. I saw that one. Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
Oh man! All right, Janelle.
True down. What's happening, baby? Michigan Wolverines. Big John. Well, Jesse told me to shut up.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on, man. It's Friday.
Come on, man. Weather's good again.
It's Friday, baby.
Let's go.
We're a couple of days closer to the next NBA season for the Sacramento Kings. Come on,
Let's go, Kings.
We welcome you in here to the Friday, May 12th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Grabbed all the stuff. Got a big day today. Got multiple things jumping off.
It reminds me, like I literally just thought about this. Never on this show are you, I, or any of our guests to talk about earthquakes.
Well,
Olivia was on yesterday.
Yep.
Talking about earthquake weather.
Yep.
What did I feel when I left this building?
Apparently an earthquake.
Did you feel it?
I didn't.
I didn't know what it was.
I was alerted to it by John Bull and his smart ass tweet.
I didn't know what it was. I was right over here on the overpass, and I just felt a little movement, and I looked down on my foot. I was like, oh, maybe I'm on the gas. Like, no, I'm not on the gas. There was a big rig next to me. And I was, how sometimes you're on the overpass and the car, and I was like, well, maybe that's
Do not like being next to big rigs at all.
Yeah. I was like, maybe that's it. And then I get home and never forget.
Was that the earthquake of 2021? That was a wild. We've had some interesting moments in the show, but the earthquake was by far the wildest.
That was an all-timer, man.
Like the ground was moving. Like, what the hell is happening below my feet? Yeah, that was wild.
But yeah, I
on the day that earthquakes were brought up on the show.
Every time.
And I believe they were brought up in the sense of, have you ever experienced an earthquake? I believe that's how everything got started that day.
Yeah. So yeah, no, you're forbidden anybody that comes on the show from mentioning an earthquake.
And there you have it. This from Adrian Wojnarowski before we dive into anything at this hour. The belief is Andrew Wiggins will try and play in Game 6. He'll go through his pregame routine and see how his coastal cartilage fracture / ribs feel prior to tip-off. Regardless, shooting will be a challenge. Tough break for the Golden State Warriors. I absolutely had no doubt that Andrew Wiggins would attempt to play. I have a lot of questions. Like, there's no way that brother's even breathing comfortably right now. You talk about shooting a challenge is a challenge. Adrian Wojnarowski says shooting is going to be a challenge. Bro, sneezing is going to be a challenge. Blowing his nose is going to be taking a deep breath is going to be a challenge.
And let alone if you're playing basketball against grown men and somehow you get hit there. That it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot, man. And I like Andrew Wiggins. I hate to see this happen for him in this moment. Shout out to him for, gutting it out.
Yeah,
gut it out.
Yeah, I was frustrated. I was frustrated to see that news. Just as a fan of basketball, I was frustrated to see that news. But I have no doubt. I had no doubt he was going to try to play. I got questions. We'll talk more about that game 6 tonight. Boy, some wild stuff out there regarding that game. We'll talk about it. Well, no, it's this. Well, you put it in the notes. It's along the lines of what you put in the show. It's. I guess I'm casual. I guess I don't understand basketball. I know one thing. One series ended yesterday and one didn't. So all of this must win stuff. Philadelphia, this is a must win game for them at home. Was it? Because they play tomorrow.
I know.
Was it a must win for Phoenix? Yep. Because they're done.
I know.
All right. So we'll get to that.
I agree.
Here.
I stated it yesterday.
For Jesse,
Wednesday.
For Jesse, you good?
I'm good. I'm trying to remember when I stated it. I think it was it was yesterday.
You got that Janelle Monáe video on your mind?
Oh, jeez. Shout out to Janelle Monáe.
Lord. Jesse, those air horns were for you, buddy. Jesse been walking around the office all day like Vince McMahon. Just shoulders out, chest up, open. The door to the studio weighs about 475 pounds. He opened the door with ease today, smiling from ear to ear.
I can't lie, dude. I haven't stopped smiling since that game ended. I was walking around the apartment yesterday, just Tiger Woods fist pumping every few minutes. Just excited.
The Boston Celtics go on, what was it, a 14-3 run to close that game out? A game that absolutely felt like the Philadelphia 76ers were in control of it. It felt like the 76ers were one shot away from that game being over. Tatum was headed for the longest offseason of his life.
Damn.
Until he said, no, I got this.
Let's go, Tatum.
3, up by 1. No, I got this. 3, up by 4. Oh, that boy Jayson Tatum. Woo, that boy Jayson Tatum.
That's my guy. Jayson Tatum specifically. It's not like I don't like Jaylen Brown. I like all the players on there. I don't have any problem with the Celtics. Then I like Jesse, but it's just the Celtics. All right. There's only one person on there that I really root for, and that's my main man, Jayson Tatum. And I was sitting there watching that game. In the first quarter, I said, no, man, don't let my man Tatum go out like this.
Yeah.
Don't let him go out like this. He couldn't buy a bucket, getting good look after good look, couldn't buy a bucket. And in that fourth quarter, I mean, he turned it up a notch. One of my favorite post-shot celebrations. He didn't do it yesterday. I guess he doesn't do it no more. Jesse knows, but he blows the kiss and has the 3 up there. I thought he was going to do that when he hit it on Embiid. He just kind of strolled a little bit, but I was glad to see Tatum.
I think he did it, if I'm not mistaken. For those streaming, isn't that what he's doing right here? I think he had brought it down.
He usually blows the kiss. He gets the 3 because it's not like the Malik sideways 3.
Yeah,
he gets it here, blows the kiss, and then points it to the sky. And I don't think he did it. I was waiting for it. That's one of my favorite post-shot celebrations.
Good for him for not doing it. We've got to close this thing out.
Well, he did it last year in Game 6 in Milwaukee.
Well, no, I meant close the game out. I didn't mean close the series out. Oh, okay. Oh, you're talking about the last 3. You're talking about the last 3.
Okay. Only you can be doing that celebration too when you're like 0 for 13.
Yeah, probably
put
not.
the ball in the hoop, please.
Hey,
probably not.
Jayson Tatum can do whatever he wants. Especially if you're 0 for 13, you come back and you hit 4 in the fourth quarter. Kiss it to the sky. Let's go. I'm back.
That's a superstar performance. Like, we talked about superstar performances yesterday, and not all superstar performances look alike. Some are dropping 45. Some, not speaking of anyone specifically, some are dropping 50 in a game 7. That's a superstar performance.
Some are doing 30-point triple doubles.
Some are doing that in a closeout game. Others are missing 12 of your first 13 shots and then deciding in the final 2 minutes, with Marcus Smart being the one to kind of keep you afloat.
Big ups to Marcus Smart too. I was
Thank
critical
you.
of him the other day.
You were.
Big time performance from him in a big time spot. Shout out Marcus Smart.
And
To
to hit
Marcus Smart. I do like him.
So you like Tatum, love Tatum.
Love
Like
Tatum.
Marcus,
Like Marcus.
like Jalen.
Like Jalen.
But you hate the Celtics.
I hate Lucky. What you want me to do?
Well, you can hate Lucky.
Yeah,
You like this Celtics team.
I like the players on the Celtics. There's a difference. There's nobody on the Celtics I don't like. I even like little Jimmy Koziak.
You like
AKA
the
Joe
Celtics
Mazzulla.
team.
Yeah, I like the players and the coaches on the Celtics.
You want the Celtics.
I even
to
like the
win.
former Celtics coaches.
Huh?
No,
Well,
Ime, I'm not really
specify
worried-
which
Yeah,
ones.
I'm not really
You
worried
might-
about Ime.
You might want to specify which ones you talk about.
I
Talk
just
about
like
the general
player.
manager.
That's what kills me so
Doc.
bad. Is I like all those guys. And I told you, Tatum, that's my boy
Yeah,
right
Tatum's
there.
that dude.
And they're on the Celtics. Jesse's my guy, and he likes the Celtics. The Celtics, even when it all started when Kyrie went there. You know, Kyrie, my boy. I was like, Kyrie to the Celtics. I'm glad he stomped on Lucky though.
That was funny. that admittedly was funny.
Glenn Davis still looking for him right now.
Glenn Davis still looking for his courtside seat. Oh, this your seat, dog? That's my bad. That's my bad. I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back up to
Big Baby was looking like
row in 222.
Big Baby was looking like some people we know on courtside. Remember that moment?
Oh, well, yep. Took me a minute. Got it. 76ers looked demoralized at the end of that game.
Man.
They look
Ooh.
like life as they knew it had ended.
Mm.
Ooh, I'm going to be watching Game 7 closely.
Mm.
I'm going to be watching Game 7 closely. That game started like I expected it to. That game started yesterday exactly like I expected it to. I didn't think the Philadelphia 76ers were going to battle back the way that they did.
And they did, yeah.
And the one, to me, the biggest difference in the game was when Philly fought back. The Celtics didn't get the look on their face that Philly did when the Celtics fought back.
Mm.
And Joe is my guy. I've always been extremely critical of James Harden, though I appreciate his performances this offseason. I appreciated a lot of his performances in Brooklyn as well.
Harden was off in the fourth quarter.
He was. When it mattered the most. And now we're, again, game, was it 1?
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. Game
4.
4?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. None of that really mattered. There was it wasn't a must-win game.
Mm.
Now the pressure's on. Now this is the biggest moment of the series.
Mm-hmm.
History says not 1, but 2 people associated with the Philadelphia 76ers aren't going to perform well.
Mm. And even more than that.
I'm not going to say the other one, but we all know who it is.
Yeah, I wish you tell the whole story.
Well,
But
I don't know who you're referring to.
I don't know. I'm just saying, I wish you tell the whole story.
You want some water? I'm not going to say that man's name out loud because
but so
I know. I think that was lost 32, by the way. You know,
so you said
17 and
one
32.
Oof,
And for
one
the
won't
Celtics,
perform well,
oh.
and you didn't mention the other one, right?
What's that?
You just said history says 2 people
Yeah.
won't perform well. You mentioned one, you won't mention the other one.
Yeah.
Can we add a third name
Oh.
to that
Oh.
list?
Okay.
I'm not adding. I'm just asking if we can, because I have my ear to the streets.
Okay.
You know, I was on Broad Street.
Oh,
You know,
you and Drapes.
yeah.
Well,
me
I
and Dra-
probably
was-
shouldn't say that anymore, but
I was in West Philly.
ops.
You know, I was in West Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
They going in on JoJo today.
Mm.
They going in on JoJo, and I'm gonna tell you this: they got a little bit of a point.
I'm gonna need you to elaborate.
Okay.
26 and 10 yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
missed some shots late, probably forced a few, but I want to hear more about this.
Okay.
We're just getting started. We kicking it today. We're going to have some fun. 916-909-1320. You want to get in on the phone lines. A lot of NBA talk ahead. I poke fun at a lot of the NFL schedule stuff because Schefter built it up to be this big thing, when in actuality, I enjoyed the hell out of a lot of those videos that came out.
Who did the Jags win?
No.
I didn't watch.
No.
The Jags had a pretty good. Did
No.
you see it?
I did. I think I saw all of them. You know what the funny thing is?
Killer. I wasn't.
I
waiting
don't
around
think
8
I
minutes.
saw San Francisco's.
I saw what it is. I didn't watch it.
Did you see Denver's?
I didn't see them.
Okay. Then
I didn't see. I really only saw Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's not even in my top 5.
That's
You know
too
the
long.
Miz-
It's 8 minutes.
You know the Miz was in one.
Cleveland's.
Seth Rollins was in one.
Oh, Chicago.
Chicago. Yeah. But it still pales in comparison. We'll talk about it. We'll get to it. We just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Doc is 17-32 in elimination games. The Celtics are 26-9 in game 7s all time.
Oh, 26.
Damn. Oh, it had to be Doc. Jacksonville was a good one. Oh, guess what happened to me yesterday? I was front row and center for a high-speed chase
Oh, my.
right on Laguna Boulevard.
Oh.
Driving or whatever. All of a sudden, I hear sirens. Oh, okay. Sirens coming. Look in the rear view. It's a cop. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I need to get out the way. So I had to get through the intersection so I could pull over. I was in the fast lane or the far left lane. And I was like, okay, I'm going to just kind of pull over a little bit. You know, you just want to make room. So as I'm doing that, I get through the intersection. I do that. All of a sudden, this Audi comes speeding. I was like, oh, this jackass. Don't you see the sirens? Don't you see what's going on? Pull over, you jackass. And then the cops come right after that. I said, wait a minute. Hold on. So then there was a cop on the other side. He flips the Yui real quick. And he got his sirens on or whatever. I was like, oh, snap. They was chasing that dude. That's crazy. So they keep going, thinking, okay, everything is good. Then all of a sudden, I hear the sirens coming back, and I see the Audi back the other way, coming back towards me. I said, oh, snap. This dude, watch. And then, like, ironically, it was basically me being the first one to stop, and everybody else was behind me. There was nobody in front of me for, like, half a block and on each side. So I see the Audi coming back, and he's coming back my way. And I said, oh, snap. He going to jump the curb, and he going to run into me. This is crazy. So he actually hit a car or hit a divide or something like that, skidded off, went to his right on the other side, and crashed into the wall. Airbags deployed. He hops out the car, starts running. Mind you, there's no cars in between this man and me. So I see him get out the car. I said, bruh, if he tries to carjack me and, like, say, get out the car, let me take because he took off running. Cops start running after him. I said, oh, man. So I had my foot on the pedal. I was like, it ain't happening. I'm just going to run over him. It's just what it is. He's not going to take the car. So he gets to running, and all of a sudden, I just see him go down, and dog got him. Dog got him. He's like, and the cops come there. Hey, get on the fucking ground. Get on the fucking. And then cop cars coming all over the place. I'm right here. No lie. From me to Kimberly, I'm just sitting here looking at all this. And I'm like, yo, this is crazy.
For context, Kimberly's really close.
Yeah. I'm like, this is crazy. And they come and they're like, don't move. He's like, I ain't got no gun. I ain't got no gun. But that was it. That was crazy.
So there's a lot there. I agree with the idea of just putting your, foot on the pedal and doing what you got to do. Also, sneaky trick, just put your phone in your pocket, get out the car. Because they ain't going nowhere.
Well, there's that too.
They ain't going nowhere.
I wonder how far he can go. Like,
I don't
maybe
imagine
like 2
very
feet
far.
away from me.
I can't imagine it. I actually don't think he can go anywhere. But that's just me. Turn the Bluetooth off, stick the phone in your pocket.
And this fool started running. Just running in a straight line down the street. Bro, where do you think he was going to go? You think he was going to get away?
That's always fascinating. High-speed chases are fascinating to me because it's like, bro, they're following you in the air. Like, where do you think you're going? And then the foot chase is my other favorite.
Yeah, it was.
Like, buddy, you're not getting away.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
That's
Is
tremendous.
this really happening right now? And why is this happening to me? I'm just trying to get where I'm getting.
Oh,
He might. He might.
Ooh,
Yeah, he
ooh,
might.
Ooh.
And that may be what Milwaukee's waiting for.
Wow, you think so? Wow. Really good story time with Kenny Caraway during
And I
the
was
commercial
like, pow,
break.
pow, pow. And he's like, pow, pow, pow. And I was like, pow, pow, pow.
It's not far off the story that Kenny just told. Two really quick notes before we get back to the association. Note number one: shout out to and I missed my brother's name. Hopefully, he's listening now, but he's the FedEx driver for this building. He's the FedEx worker for this building. He had held the door open for like a really long time. I had like some extra stuff with me today. I was like, "Oh man, thank you, brother." He was like, "Hey, you sound just like you do on the radio." I was like, "Oh man, thanks." Hey, where's Kenny?
No, Cap.
Swear-
bro. Cap.
Hey, I swear on this dog bone around my neck, that's exactly what happened. I was like, I swear to you that it's exactly what happens. I was like, man. He was like, oh, I'm just kidding. I was like, no, it's the story of my life. He'll be here soon.
Be a day one listener. That's all that is, man. That's all that is. Be a day one listener. Shout out
Also,
to him.
shout out to Jamie Foxx,
Yeah, man.
who apparently is out of the hospital. He's been out of the hospital, and according to his daughter, is playing pickleball.
Well, thank God.
So the IG message was update from the family. Sad to see how the media runs wild. My dad has been out of the hospital for weeks recuperating. In fact, he was playing pickleball yesterday. Thanks for everyone's prayers and support.
Well, Corinne, I mean, we were just concerned. I wouldn't say we were running wild.
Well, I think her thing is, where did the story that he was near death come from?
Well, that is true.
I think that's what she meant.
Right.
She added, we have an exciting work announcement coming next week as well.
Well, that is great news.
I mean, could we just, I know Jamie Foxx is private. Could you just do an IG video?
I mean,
Just a quick, I mean,
if you're playing pickleball, you could at least give a post. Like,
hey,
say,
I'm live at the
good.
pickleball place.
No cap.
He's
Now-
been watching all that. Like, he's seen this.
Now, to be fair, I guess that's what they did. They saw this latest report, and Corinne was like, "Whoa, chill. It's good. So, either way, the bottom line is, glad Jamie's okay.
I said there were two people I'm watching really closely tomorrow in Game 7 for Boston and in Philadelphia.
That's Sunday, by the way.
Thank you. Two people I'm watching really closely on Sunday. Wait a minute, what are we doing tomorrow?
Nothing.
Just hanging out.
Ain't nothing going on
There's
at all.
nothing tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a preview of life without basketball. I mean, Giants are in Arizona playing the Diamondbacks tomorrow. Rolly Romero fights tomorrow night on Showtime. You can watch Rolly fight. He's going to go for
Maybe
the
I'll
WBA 140-pound championship.
maybe I'll finally watch Creed 3. That's what
That's
I'll do.
what you should do.
I'll watch Creed
It's
3.
time.
You said there should be a third person that we're watching closely
Mhm.
in that Game 7. Now, obviously, I'm alluding to James Harden, who is notorious for coming up short in the biggest games and the biggest moments. As much as I hate to say it, the other individual I was referring to was Doc Rivers. Jesse had the stat that was added to yesterday. He's 17-32 in elimination games.
Jeez.
It is by far the worst record. Or I don't know if it's the worst record percentage-wise. It's definitely the most losses. You said there's a third.
Joel Embiid, he's getting a lot of flack right now in the streets of Philly. They love him, but they don't like the way he's handling business once again. in the playoffs. And I'm hesitant to say playoff failure because series ain't over.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. We don't know
It's
what it is.
definitely
yet.
not.
It was a missed opportunity last night, but it's not done. But they're upset not necessarily with his play, even though that has a little bit to do with it, but they are upset with how he's handling things afterwards. And they're talking about specifically a quote that he had after the game where he said, they asked him, what went wrong at the end of the game. He said, quote, I think it was 3 things. We had a lot of wide open shots. We didn't make them. We stopped moving the ball. And I don't think I touched the ball for the last 4 minutes of the game. Like I said, we missed a lot of good looks. I didn't touch the ball at all. End quote. A lot of people in Philly aren't happy with that. I'd like to know what you think about that quote, just off the top of your head.
So can you give me a little bit more? Because I can respond to the single quote if you want, but you had alluded to this is
it's a pattern of behavior in these playoff mistakes, is what they're saying in Philly. He threw Ben Simmons under the bus after they lost Game 7 to Atlanta.
And the rest of Philadelphia was happy to jump on board with that. And
wait.
most of the NBA was happy to jump on board with that.
They didn't wait. And there was another time they talked about, I don't know, but they were like 3 times. But, I mean, they're saying this is a bit of a pattern from him.
Here's what I'll say. I don't even know that that's accurate. That he missed some shots late. Maybe they weren't within 4 minutes, like the final. Like he had the opportunity.
Touch the ball late at all. It was a lot of James Harden.
Well,
in that game.
It's another story.
Yeah.
They were trying to they kept trying to go for the kill shot instead of score. And maybe that's more along the lines of what Joel was referring to. Obviously, I have no idea. But they did. It felt like at least on a couple of possessions. It felt like on a couple of possessions they were forcing threes. When they probably just could have settled in, run the offense. They were up 2. I get the idea. 2-5 in this game, man. That might feel like an insurmountable lead. But I don't think 2 even got to 4 with Philadelphia, and it switched when Tatum hit the 3. If that's accurate, if what the streets of Philadelphia are saying, line up, that's a tough look for Joel. It's tough when you're a big, because you do rely on a lot of other. You do rely on your teammates when you're a big. But if we're gonna do this every year, that's tough. I mean, I pulled this up. 8 elimination games in his career. And this does not. Oh, he wasn't going to be eliminated last night, so it wouldn't include last night. 22.9, 11.6, and 2.1 assists in his eight elimination games.
He's got numbers on the surface, but I mean, he also has to wear the failures of Philadelphia in these games. It's the nature of the beast.
Absolutely.
You can't be that guy when it's going good, and when it goes bad, skate all criticism and responsibility. And that's what the great ones do. They put it on their back. And I think that's the frustration of a lot of people in Philly. They don't look. Joel ain't sitting up here saying, I didn't get the ball. You're the MVP. Go demand the ball. If we come down 2 times and I don't touch the ball, go demand the basketball.
Was Boston the Ben Simmons game?
Atlanta.
It was Atlanta.
Game 7, Atlanta.
Okay. He was a -2 in that game.
I think he missed some free throws late, too. Joel did. So I love
7 of 10 from the free throw line.
I love Joel Embiid. I don't have any issue with Joel Embiid, the ball player. But if I did have one issue, it'd probably be something like this. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear I didn't touch the ball for the final 4 minutes. Number one, demand the ball.
Yeah.
Number 2, you're a big man. Go get you a rebound. Find a way to be a part of this game on the offensive end if that's what you're really trying to do. I don't want to hear that. And then once again, if it's not the first time that you've done that with your teammates, You need to check that.
Well, I'll say this. At least he spoke to the media.
Did James not speak?
I don't know if James spoke. That's not who I was referring to. James did speak. That's not who I was referring to.
Who are you talking about?
Book. Book left.
Yeah, you can't do that, Book.
Book
Can't
left.
do that, man. Can't do that, Book.
He got stalled out by some of the people who covered the team saying, well, they'll have exit interviews tomorrow, so we'll probably hear from him tomorrow.
No.
It's not the same.
No.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. You got to talk, Book.
De'Aaron got eliminated. You heard from him that day and the next day. Doma, same thing. You can't leave.
Everybody.
Yeah, you can't leave.
Everybody that this has happened to.
Yeah, you cannot leave.
You hear from them. LeBron James losing in the finals or whatever part of the playoffs. You hear from them that night. That's not Book. You can't do that.
We'll talk more about Philadelphia. Is there anything you want to add to Joe? But what the hell? Sorry. Is there anything you want to add to Joe?
No. I like Joe. You got to do better. You got to do better than that. You gotta wear that.
So I was working on a few things while this game was going on, and they had the clear path foul. And
I heard about that. I didn't see. I went back and watched the condensed version of the game, so I heard there was an issue.
So they had a clear path foul, and I think they hit 2 free throws.
Are you talking about Philly?
Yeah.
The
Tyrese Maxey play.
Yeah, they had the wrong player shoot the free throws.
No, I got that, but didn't play continue?
Yeah, play continued. Boston turned the ball over, and then
did they go? Didn't they go to review something else? The ball going off, was it
Rob
Williams' head? And then they came back and were like, "Yeah, we had the wrong guy." So they basically got it. The officials basically did a do-over.
Yeah. So what they did is basically they took the 2 points away. They had Maxey go back, take those free throws, and then they basically continued it after the ball hit Rob Williams in the head.
I've never seen that before.
That's crazy.
I was so confused. I thought, because I looked up, okay, clear path. I saw the play where the ball goes off Rob Williams' head. They got it wrong. They said it was Celtics ball.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I got it. And then I'm messing with this camera that D'Lo and KC got, and I'm doing all this stuff. And then they're talking about the clear path again. And Tyrese. So I thought my DVR jumped backwards, or like my stream jumped backwards.
Yeah.
So I grabbed the remote and I'm trying to get current. I'm trying to go live. I was like, what the hell just happened? And I'm trying to go live, and it's live. And I'm like, what happened to the ball going off of Rob? Like, what did I just miss?
So who was supposed to shoot the free throws?
Maxey was supposed to shoot it.
They said when the play, Tyrese Maxey was supposed to shoot it. What originally happened was they said anyone on the court can shoot it. And I think, did Joel shoot him? Yeah, Joel shot him. And so, but the foul was committed against Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
So Tyrese Maxey, even though it was Clipper, was supposed to shoot the free throws. I've never seen a series. I've never seen a series of plays be a race like this before. For me, the worst part was it was Steve Javie, the official, like the Mike Pereira guy.
Yeah.
The official. So Mark goes to Javie. He was like, "Oh, I haven't like he was eating dinner or something. Well, I haven't had a chance to really see it, but here's the rule." What do you mean you didn't see it? What the hell are you doing in the studio?
You're at work, sir.
Bro, what are you doing?
It's one game on,
and
this is your job. At
no point when because remember, the free throws are shot, play continues, clear path. The Sixers get the ball, right? So a possession happens. Then it goes the other way, and you have the play off of Rob Williams' head. At no point did Steve Javie get in there and go, whoa, 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 whoa. This is wrong. Joel can't shoot these free throws.
Now, I'm trying to think about.
And you wonder why NBA officiating is the way that it is. Like, they're literally, my man's is in Secaucus and not paying attention. That was incredible. I've never seen essentially a do-over in an NBA game before.
I heard about some type of situation with the clear path or whatever, but I wasn't watching the game live. I went back and watched the 40-minute all possession recap. So I didn't see that happen. I just heard about it.
The clear path, I believe, was correct. Like there was nothing wrong with the call. They just called wrong that anyone can shoot when Tyrese had to shoot.
I could be wrong. I don't even think this happened. But the only thing that I could think of is maybe when there's a take foul, anybody can shoot.
Maybe.
And they maybe they got
you have to know the difference between a take foul and a clear path.
First of all, the take foul is one shot. The and
clear path
is two. So there's that. But maybe that's what they were thinking, and they were like, "Oh snap, we did the take rule thing instead of the intentional foul. We got to run this back or clear path." But
yeah, you can't do that.
Ridiculous
in an elimination game in the playoffs. And my question is, if the call had been correct, and ultimately it amounted to nothing because Joel hit 2 free throws, they took them away. Tyrese Maxey hit 2 free throws. Nothing really came about of it. But if the ball hadn't gone off, if they had called the play correctly and said Philadelphia's ball went off Rob Williams' head, Philadelphia's ball, would they have caught it?
The only thing that I could think of is somebody was waiting for an opportunity to say, "Hey, you need to check this out." So it's almost like
that's one you got to buzz. Like
no,
if it's a three, like the
3-point
play, that's the one where you got to go, whoa, stop.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if that's a thing. I know it is in the NFL. I don't know if you can buzz an official from Secaucus.
But you got a horn.
Well,
you got a horn at the score, and that's what I think would have alerted them. Like, hey, you got to look at this. Make sure you
Scott Foster. Hey, come here, man.
But sometimes, obviously, now this is initiated by the referees, but that's what they do with a 3-point shot. Like you said, they're like, "Hey, we're calling it a 3, but at the timeout, we're going to look at it to make sure it's a 3."
Well, but in certain moments of the game, they stop
late in the game.
Yeah, they'll stop the play
under 2.
Yeah,
under 2 because that
change
affects
the strategy.
Yeah, so under 2, they'll stop it. But yeah, like that's the only thing that I think they did is like, hey, I think they had the wrong call on this one. Next dead ball, let's have them take a look at it. Now, like you said, there might not have been a dead ball for 4 possessions, bro. No.
Again,
that was late, right? That was in the third quarter or the fourth quarter.
No, it was the fourth. Yeah, it was because it was 82-80, I think, or something like that. It was early 80s, low 80s was the score in the game. So yeah, it was fourth, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know. You can't miss that.
It's unacceptable.
You can't miss that. You cannot miss that.
You got to get that right. Like I said, the only thing I think of is there's people there. Maybe there was like a discussion while it was going on. Like, they're like, "Hey, did he just shoot 2 free throws? Wasn't he supposed to shoot 1 if it was just?" And they're discussing, and they're like the scores table. They're like, "No, like wait, da. Hey, I think you gotta come." At that point, 2 possessions have happened at that time, but they may not.
So
they may like, did we just see what we thought we saw?
In my head, what happened is they go to put on the headsets to review the Rob Williams call, and someone in caucus said, "Hey, dumbass."
Well, it wasn't
Joel Embiid shot those 2 threes.
It wasn't Steve Javie.
It definitely wasn't Steve Javie. Steve Javie was trying to finish his, veal parmesan or whatever he was eating for dinner. He wasn't paying attention to nothing.
He came on with a napkin.
Like,
I don't know, Jeff.
I'm surprised Mark didn't hit him with like one of his lines. Like, well, clearly Steve Javie is enjoying some New Jersey drug laws or something.
Knocking it out the park. Respectfully.
Goodness, sound like our man Michigan Wolverines right there. Respectfully.
Oh, man. I can't believe Mark Jackson said
that. We're going to talk about Mark Jackson later. The Suns were eliminated last night. And stop me if you heard this one before. The Suns were embarrassed on their way out the door last night. 125-100 was the score last night versus Denver. If that sounds at all familiar, it's because you've seen it before. 123-90 was the score against Dallas.
And as they like to say, it wasn't even that close.
I'm not the best at math. It's not what we do here. Get that at 58 combined points that they've lost their last 2 elimination games by.
I don't know what to say about that. Now, people are on their head about last night. Storm them out just a little. Like last night ain't the same as Game 7 last year. Because of your own doing with the trade, like the totality of the roster was already thin. And then you lost your starting point guard and your starting center. I'm not saying you should still lose by 30-something points, but I mean, like I said, they're not the same.
Fair enough. How about this? Devin Booker, 11 points on 3 of 14.
That was terrible.
Devin Booker last year, 12 points on 4 of 13.
Terrible again.
Okay.
I mean, he played terrible.
You say it's not the same, but man, I'll clean my glasses because it sure looks the same.
It's terrible. I mean, like I said,
at this point, Chris Paul missing an important game. Love Chris Paul. Chris Paul missing a big game. It's almost clockwork.
Yeah, that's expected. That's expected at this point. It's not a prediction. It's a spoiler.
Well,
like that's what's going to happen every playoffs. Nonetheless, I mean that's tough. That's tough for Phoenix. I don't know what this team looks like next year, not just roster wise, but just myself included. We all just expect, hey, I thought they were going to win this year, or maybe go further, or whatever the case may be. But even people who didn't think that were like, nah, not this year. Next year they'll be right. Are they going to be right next year?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think you can get wins with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. But you stripped so much of your depth to pull that trade off. Now, maybe you have a plan for this offseason, but it sure feels like it didn't take long before they decided who the problem was and who they're going to get rid of. I'm not saying, I don't mean they as in the Phoenix Suns, but I mean in the narratives surrounding teams that with high expectations that fall short, I guess. Maybe the expectations for Phoenix weren't fair. Maybe the expectations in a very, very different way for Denver weren't fair. But I don't know how you correct this, but they've already decided who the problem is. And it's the same person they had an issue with last year. It's the John Collins of the West.
Yeah, John Collins of the West.
And it's obviously DeAndre Ayton.
I mean, I don't know exactly what you're getting for DeAndre Ayton at this point. Because like even like if you trade for DeAndre Ayton, you're gonna be looking to get like another big man back. Are you gonna get a big man back that's better than DeAndre Ayton? Maybe you're looking for a point guard. Maybe.
When this I think is the damaging part about restricted free agency is DeAndre signed an offer sheet somewhere else. He probably knew he wasn't going to get to play there, but he had to go through the process of another team offering him money. That right there tells you, man, they don't really want me here. Like I wasn't a top priority for them. They did not make me a priority. They do not want me here. How do you recover from that?
Look, and in actuality, you didn't really want to be there. Like, we know the whole story. Like,
Sure.
I know it was a process that he had to go through, but we know how you felt at the end of the season. We know you're probably looking to move on. Indiana came with an offer. Yeah, it's part of the process, but you wouldn't have been mad if the Suns didn't match. Like, cool, I'll go to Indiana. So now you got a team that didn't want the player that didn't want to be there. You guys supposed to do this for 4 years? Like,
yeah, right.
I don't know, but I agree with you. I think priority number one is going to be to move him and see if they can get something to bolster that roster. But That's going to be kind of tough.
I think there's a couple of things we could talk about with DeAndre Ayton. We'll do that. They also have a decision to make on Chris Paul, which we knew. I didn't realize how soon they need to make that decision. We'll tell you what that is when D'Lo and Casey return. Plus, we got 2 huge Game 6s tonight that we'll dive into. James Ham, final hour of the show. We'll do some Kings talk there. And, of course, the phone lines are always open for you. In fact, we're chilling until James joins us. So jump in, 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table
this
games.
Weekend.
Get that in if you're over 21. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, you see what they already talking about.
What'd they say?
They talking about he going to the Lakers.
Oof.
Good luck to them.
I forgot my juice. I just realized that. What am I do now? I ain't got no juice. I ain't got no green juice.
You think Aiden might be the biggest person to get traded this year?
True down. He's not, though. He's not. I'll explain.
This offseason, I should say.
Who?
Ayton. I think there's no way they bring him back.
Yeah. DeAndre Ayton. Yeah, I think he is. And he has suitors. Like, we'll talk about that when we get back. I think he has I don't know if they could do it though. But I don't know if they could pull it off, but I think Dallas would do it in a heartbeat. I just don't know what that looks like. Oh, you mean Redman? The reason Redman ain't on Power anymore because he wouldn't take the shot. You talking about the COVID shot? Oh, that's disappointing. I mean, I get it didn't matter. The character was small, but it was cool that Redman was Method Man's brother. At least, I mean, if you knew what it was dope. Well, see, the thing Drew down is it's actually not that either. But I got you. That's the important part right there. And that's what we're going to get to next. That's what we're going to get to next. Yeah, that's too bad that he didn't do that because I like seeing him on the show. Again, it wasn't consequential to the story. It's just
Where I get the shirt from, shout out to my main man, Samuel Business Group. He be out there in front of Slim and Huskies, man. He got a bunch of stuff, man. He got a bunch of stuff. I got to go back to him, but yeah, that's where I got the shirt from, man. So I'm last week out in front of Slim and Huskies. Slim and Huskies was popping on that Friday. Like they had the DJ going in there, like they was going down. If you want me to leave, you'll never leave you. Tell him KC sent you. If you go see him. J2 Nice. What up, big dog? I ain't gonna wish you good luck, but you're a real one. You my guy, so you know what I mean. Shout out to J2 Nice. He a Warriors fan.
Oh, okay.
But he a good dude, man. He a good dude. Slim and Huskies is not in Oak Grove, it's in Oak Park.
(916-909-1320) if you want to get in. Right on cue, the push alert goes out that DeAndre Ayton loves Phoenix. Because, of course, they're having their exit interviews right now in Phoenix with their season coming to an end. yesterday, and the road to making that roster better is going to be a difficult one. I think I'm in a bit of a disagreement with you in that I think there are going to be suitors, probably multiple suitors for DeAndre Ayton. I just don't know what those trade packages look like.
No, I think there are a lot of teams that will want him. I don't know what Phoenix is going to get back for him.
I got you. I don't think they're getting back scraps.
I don't think so either.
Okay.
But you got to get money to work, and then
that's
like the whole thing.
that's the tricky part.
And we'll talk about it. Depend on what their needs are. Their needs are going to be like a big man, a center to replace the center they're getting rid of, or a point guard. And which one of those are available? I don't know. I mean, you can mess around with
it's big Vucevic.
Would that work?
In Chicago.
Like I guess I don't understand.
Is he a free agent this year, or is he on the last year?
I think it's the last year. I don't understand why DeAndre doesn't work though.
I don't either. They treat.
I don't think they like him. I think that's what it boils down to.
Yeah,
There's a bigger decision to me though than DeAndre Ayton, and it's Chris Paul. And the reason to me it's a bigger decision, we outlined this earlier in the week, that Chris Paul's next year is only partially guaranteed. So it's a $30 million contract with $15 million guaranteed. But they have to make the decision by June 28th. So like a month and a half. They've got to figure out what they're going to do. The Phoenix Suns, have to figure out what they're doing with Chris Paul. There's a variety of things, obviously, that you could do. You could cut him. There was even I even read something today that said, and I didn't memorize all of the particulars, but with the way that their roster is set up, or with the way they can cut him.
Yeah, re-sign him.
Yes, to a mid-level. Which, so instead of 30 or 15, it's like 12 or 11 or something, or whatever that is for Phoenix. The mid-level is for Phoenix.
According to Tim McMahon, Tim McMahon, he said the Phoenix Suns are expected to aggressively shop Chris Paul this summer.
So,
and also, it's pretty likely that Chris Paul will be playing for a different team next season.
Is that a tweet from Tim McMahon, or is that something that's
probably something he said on a podcast?
Okay. Because, so Vucevic is a free agent.
He is a free agent.
Vucevic is a free agent. Yeah.
That'd have to be a sign and trade.
I was exactly like I don't know all of Phoenix's cap particulars, but they have some.
They got a lot of money tied up. They got a lot of money tied up.
Yeah, they've got.
I mean, Durant and Booker alone are like 40 and mid 30s respectively.
Looking it up.
So I don't know. Like they could get mid-level guys to team up with them, but I mean, is that enough to get you over the hump? I really think their best chance is to figure this thing out with Ayton. And as far as like when I mean figure it out, I mean get him to stay. Because Ayton is, off the top of my head, he's probably like 16-9. You're gonna trade that looking for that.
Yeah, he's also 32.4. That's his money.
But, and when if you trade him now, you could be saying maybe you can get pieces. You multiple pieces that can fit, but that's the way it's going to happen. Like it's not going to be freed up money to be able to go get something.
Right? No, for sure, 100%.
I'd stay with Ayton. I'd try to make that work. I think Ayton.
So I'm
not crazy about him, but I think he's better than people probably give him credit for.
As Claire Huxtable used to say, "Let the record show." I am not insinuating that this should happen. I'm asking a question because I'm a broadcast journalist.
Okay.
There's been speculation that there are issues between DeAndre Ayton and the head coach. Is the head coach in any sort of jeopardy this offseason?
Well, once again, I have my ears to the street in Phoenix. And that was brought up. I'm
Well,
not saying they're trying to run him out, but I'm just saying there are people who were bringing that up.
when you
feel maybe Monty isn't the guy.
when you fall short, these are the things that happen, right? Like, but what are you willing to, if there is something, and by all indications, just even two guys who cover the Sacramento Kings, there's enough to believe like there's an issue with Monty and DeAndre Ayton. They might not be throwing fists at each other, but there are clearly issues there. Is that where the issues solely lie? Because was a video from Game 5 circulating around Twitter with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and DeAndre Ayton. So I'm not confident that it's just a Monty Williams issue. But if it is, if Book is like, no, I like Ayton. I'm good with Ayton. KD says the same thing. Again, not suggesting this, but if you're that new ownership group, that moderately restructured front office,
Well,
for now,
I say that's a whole nother situation.
Hopefully tune in tomorrow.
Hopefully. We'll go live on a Saturday for that one.
we just might. For those who aren't in on the bit, Bob Myers is quietly tied to Phoenix. And tomorrow would obviously mean that Golden State is eliminated because we're haters.
Hate. I hate you. I hate you.
What was the movie with the record Blackity Black Black? I'm black, blackity black. Yeah, now we just hit him with the remix. Hate. I'm a hater. Just hate. Yeah, we just hit him with the remix.
Black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm boogity black.
Point being, you're keeping all of that stuff in mind.
Yeah.
And perhaps you have to make one decision before you make another. Regardless of what you do with Chris Paul, I don't think outside of a trade, Chris Paul's not saving you $30 million. Like if you cut him, I don't think he saves you. There's dead money somewhere because he's getting 15.
Right.
So there's money somewhere. I don't know. There's a lot to watch with Phoenix moving forward. They stripped so much of their depth. They stripped so much of their defensive identity to land Kevin Durant. And again, I understand why. And now, man, we're getting into those later years of Kevin Durant, which is crazy to think about.
I mean, that's the other thing about this is like Kevin Durant. I mean, he's not going to be the same Kevin Durant we're thinking about ever again, really. Like he can be great. I was watching the game last night, and when it was still a game, it was somewhere in the first quarter.
Well, I was going to say, what the first 5 minutes?
They put his series averages up. He's like 30-10 for the series. I'm 46% shooting for a perimeter guy. Like he's still Kevin Durant, so to speak. But when you talk about an entire season, I mean, we talk about it all the time. He's not an 82 a game type of player. You don't know if he can hold up for a whole playoff series. He's just not that franchise guy in the respect of he's going to be there every single night. He's going to be there for 70 games, let alone 82. And he's going to hold up. So that's got to be something that plays into you building out this team. Can you rely on Kevin Durant and think like, yeah, this is a championship move, championship roster, just because we have Kevin Durant and Devin Booker? In theory, yes, but I don't know if that's really the case.
The Los Angeles Lakers weren't a championship roster until the trade deadline, and they have Anthony Davis and LeBron James. The Golden State Warriors aren't a championship roster, right? There's not enough around Steph Curry. You need more. Like Denver's a more well-balanced team. Like even if you give Jamal Murray the second star next to Nikola Jokic, it's a more well-rounded team than some of these other teams that we're speaking of.
Right.
I think that's one of the reasons. I'll speak for myself. You could speak on. I think that's one of the reasons we both like the Clippers Clippers had the stars
Mhm.
and the roster.
Mhm.
It felt like it worked. They had the stars, they had the roster, they had the coach. It felt like it worked. Boston has a good roster. Philadelphia, regardless of what happens to either of those teams, they have a good roster. I don't love Phoenix's roster. I also wonder if Kevin Durant's kind of a tough guy to figure out. I wonder if Kevin Durant has kind of that LeBron James aura around him. Like, one big thing I questioned about the moves that the Lakers made at the trade deadline was, yeah, it's great because they all got there and started playing without LeBron.
Mm.
I still believe there's a learning curve to playing with LeBron, and they've all adjusted to that curve marvelously. Like they're all playing well. I kind of believe there might be something to that effect with Kevin Durant as well.
Mm.
When you have those truly, high-end, top-tier talent, I think there's an adjustment to playing for them. Unless you've played with them from jump.
Yeah.
That's different. But when, hey, we're making all of these moves to become a championship team, man, I think you got stuff you got to deal with in that regard, and it's tough.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Between Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and DeAndre Ayton, it's $115 million next year. Kevin Durant's making $47 million next year. Booker making 36. And this is crazy. Booker, I think this is an extension situation. After that, he jumps to $50 million. 50, 54, 58, 62 for Devin Booker.
Brother, hold $1.
That's the price of playing ball. But that's assuming you get rid of Chris Paul. Chris Paul's 30.
Yeah.
One deal that I just made on the trade machine, Damien's favorite, the trade machine. It does work. Want to know your thoughts. And actually, now that I did the trade, I don't think it works because they got a center at the deadline. But DeAndre Ayton to Toronto for Pascal Siakam. Straight up. No extra players, nothing.
Why would Toronto do that?
Trying to move on from Pascal. They don't think it's going to work. You move.
If you okay,
you move Scotty Barnes to that 4 spot.
Who?
Scotty Barnes.
I'll say this. Wow, really? Book didn't show up for exit interviews.
Oh,
come on!
Didn't show up.
Come on, Book.
Lose a lot of.
I just got my Coco 5. Come on, Book.
I know. Wow.
You can't do that. That's weak, dude. That's weak. Chris Paul up there answering questions about his future. He was asked, my contract not up, but unfortunately, I'm not the GM or anything like that. So we'll see what happens. He was asked about, he said he was getting close to returning from his groin injury, but it doesn't matter.
That's not cool, Book. That's not cool.
Yeah, DeAndre Ayton up there asking questions. James Jones up there asking questions. That's weak, man. Come on, Devin. That's weak. That's weak. Cool, so I don't. So I get the idea for Toronto. That your idea works if, in this case, Masai's year. You have to find someone who looks at DeAndre Ayton like, no, they haven't been doing this right.
Mm-hmm.
We got this.
Mm-hmm.
You have to really believe in DeAndre Ayton because he's off his rookie deal. He's into his his $30 million per year, $30+ million per year extension. So you've got to really, really believe him. I think there's a team. There's probably multiple teams that believe in him that way. It's just who can put together a trade package enticing enough. And I don't even know how enticing it needs to be. But
I mean, off the top of my head, I can get in the trade machine and figure out something that'll work.
There's nothing better than Siakam, right? But that's like, you're not going to get a higher quality player back, I don't think.
Julius Randle.
If I'm New York, I don't think I'd do that.
Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson for DeAndre Ayton.
So, with New York, you have for lack of a better word, a unique coach. Like you have to, like that coach requires certain types of guys.
Yeah.
Now there's questions whether Julius Randle is actually that type of guy. been an all-star and an all-NBA guy under Thibs. So, maybe there's just too much chatter about that.
Mhm.
But is DeAndre? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, again, anytime a team tries to get rid of somebody, there's going to be stories. Oh, his work ethic. Oh, his effort. Oh, this. Oh, that. Well, those are usually the first signs we're trying to throw this guy out of the building, and we're framing the narrative now. But if you're a general manager and you believe in him enough, it works. I don't love the New York idea. I like Toronto more. I don't love New York. I don't.
This just look, man. Just not. I don't see.
Are you on the stupid trade machine?
No.
Okay, good.
Because I was already on it and
it didn't work.
Doesn't work. I'm just asking
that's
hypothetically, as a basketball fan,
okay,
as a Sacramento Kings fan,
mm-hmm.
would you take DeAndre Ayton on the Sacramento Kings? And like I said, not giving up Keegan. Like the deal that I tried was like Rashawn, Davion, maybe another contract.
So Domas is your 4?
That's what a lot of people think he is. Now, I don't think I would do it.
But he's a 4 who basically plays offense like a 5.
Yeah, well, the NBA has him as a 4.
Well, that's true. That's true. Despite the fact he played exactly 0 minutes as a forward this year. But okay.
But I mean, I wouldn't do it simply because it just completely changes the way that you play basketball offensively. I'm not interested in that. But a lot of people think Sabonis is really a 4. You get a rim protector next to him. DeAndre Ayton is a guy, he's not stretching the floor traditionally with like the 3-point shot, but I think he could be somebody from like 15 to 17 feet who you could play a little high-low action with Domas. I wouldn't do it. I'm just asking.
I like DeAndre Ayton, but I think the answer is no. That's not what I'm looking for. He fits in Dallas.
He does fit in Dallas.
I think he fits beautifully in Dallas. I don't. You used a lot of trade assets to acquire Kyrie Irving for 2 months.
The only one they have left is probably Tim Hardaway Jr. And I don't know why Phoenix would want Tim Hardaway Jr.
I don't think they would.
Yeah.
That's definitely something like multiple teams would have to get involved in for that to work. But Dallas fits. There's teams out there that fit. I'm so disappointed in Devin Booker. That's such trash, man. You cannot do that. That's so soft.
Yeah, that's not okay.
He is doing absolutely nothing for the light skinned brothers of soft narrative. That is just not good.
Did you see the already posted betting odds for where Chris Paul is favored to go if he leaves Phoenix?
I did not.
Number one.
I can guess. Yeah.
You guessed it.
Yeah.
Los Angeles Lakers, a 3-1 betting favorite. Number 2. Okay. Lake Show. Well, look, if they handle business tonight, that'll be done.
Yeah.
That'll be over.
I'll go to DLoandKC.com and get an OK Lake Show shirt.
Then that clip will be over. That'll be end of it. All right. This is a very temporary situation.
Who decided that? That clip is not going anywhere. That clip. I can't find anything on this screen in front of me, but I know exactly where OK Lake Show is.
But Minnesota's 4-1. The Clippers are 6-1. The Sixers are 7-1.
Okay.
With the Lakers.
Okay, give them to me again. Lakers,
Timberwolves, Clippers, Sixers.
Okay.
Honestly,
all of those except the Lakers seem weird. He's going back to the Clippers. He's going back to Doc.
Well, the Clippers seem like they need a point guard.
They do, and the one that
may or may not though.
The one that makes the least sense is Minnesota.
They need a point guard.
I don't care what they need. Chris Paul ain't going to Minnesota.
They're not going.
You'll go play with Rudy Gobert. Give me a break. No.
Yeah. The Lakers one I could absolutely see it happen.
So the thing with Russ is, I think the only you didn't say Russell Westbrook, but you alluded to maybe they don't need a point guard. Mm-hmm. I think the only way the Clippers can sign him is for like $10. Yeah, they I don't know that I don't know that it's league minimum, but it might be.
That's what we talk about. If I was Russ, I'd take it to be somewhere that you're appreciated, that they need you.
Yeah.
Like, who am I to tell people what money to
No,
take
I
and what
understand.
not
If
take?
it's-
But
if
you've already
it's-
made $300 million in your career.
If it's
Take the $7 million for
if
a
it's
year for 2 years.
11.6 to play with Minnesota or 1.7 to play with the Clippers, what's more important
he-
to Russell Westbrook?
Right. I would think staying in LA, playing for a contender, being somewhere where you're wanted. I think that would be the case. Is it really that low for him though? Isn't it like, doesn't he have like enough service years where the minimum he can make is like, I don't know, 4 or 5 million or something like
It's
that?
pretty low. It's whatever the minimum is.
Gotcha.
I don't think it's as low as 1.5. I was exaggerating for effect, but I don't know what the number is.
It is,
But it's
I-
low. Like it's not. He's coming off a year that paid him like 40 or close to 40. I mean,
he got
when-
that
when it-
straight
when-
cash
yeah,
when they
when-
bought him out.
The vet man is like 2.7 million.
Man, bro, you made $300 million.
oh, that's a good one. Let's look up Russell Westbrook.
I think we did. I don't
Did
remember
we?
what it was though. I don't. So I can guess.
Did
I
we
don't
look up
remember what it was.
Westbrook?
I think it's. My guess is 280. 280.
Well, I'm annoyed that we looked this up and it's
I
new to
think we
me.
did. Maybe we didn't. I don't know.
Your guess is 280. Let's see. 15 years of service. He has no money on the books right now. His highest earning year was with it was 2019, 2000. Nope, I stand corrected. His highest earning year was the 2021-2022 season. He earned $44.2 million. That is his highest year. $44.2 million. 15 seasons. Career earnings
280
for
might be low. Can I change my answer?
you can change your answer.
315.
315. Jesse.
335.
Jesse is very, very good at this game. $336.4 million for
Wow.
Russell Westbrook in his 15-year career. So, yes, signing for 2.5 to stay with
Man,
the
if
Los
you don't
Angeles
sign
Clippers
for that $2
another
million
year.
and send it to Clippers. You probably getting.
I hope he does.
You probably getting $10 million from Jordan.
Well, you know, I do think he has one of the higher Jordan deals because he has an apparel line that partners with them a lot. And I'm guessing Honor the Gift makes him $10 million plus
there's
dollars
that
per
too.
year.
Russell Westbrook and his wife are on Jennifer Hudson today.
Well,
On
if
her
we had
show.
a TV in here, we could watch
I
it,
know.
but only
I would have liked to seen that. Have
only
you seen
Aaron-
Jennifer Hudson's show?
only Aaron has a TV.
I haven't.
I've seen like it on Instagram.
Yeah, I
Like,
haven't
I
seen
don't
it.
watch a lot of daytime television
know.
shows. I'm a little wrapped up during that time. we don't have televisions in here. They just don't show
Jesse's over there
television.
watching something about. I think that's the New York Giants.
Yeah, we got CBS Sports. I love CBS Sports.
They really saved the TV. Like they see Aaron, I think, has been lying to us. Like they messed up the other day. He was like, nah, this isn't really live TV. I'm like, really? Because that looks like Mike Budenholzer being fired. That's weird that's not live TV. It's crazy that they got it on demand that quick. And then he left the home
They're
screen
literally
on,
talking to Chris Paul in his exit interview, right?
and it had 2 logins, one for him and one for our vice president. And it's like, that's not real TV, huh?
Word on the street is we're supposed to be getting Hulu soon. I don't know how soon, but that's the word on the street.
When they decide to give it to us, because that's what he's watching in there is Hulu.
I think they were trying to get Charlie to use his login for it.
Yo, we can use my YouTube login. Just let us log into something so we can watch Jennifer Hudson with Russell Westbrook.
Nina Westbrook too.
Both of them.
The crazy thing about Jesse and
If you don't
his
have a girl
TV,
that go hard for you like Nina Westbrook
man,
does
don't
for
play.
Russ, yo,
don't play with the Westbrooks.
yeah,
Nina.
she'll come for you.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. The crazy thing about Jesse and his TV is, for whatever reason, it only gets CBS
Yeah,
headquarters or whatever.
That's
like what kind of TV is that?
I don't know who these guys are.
no idea. It's a strange setup here at the Odyssey office.
I can't even like mirror my phone like to the TV or like Chromecast. It's supposed to be a smart TV, but I can't even connect it.
Yeah, they've regulated what shows we can like send our like I can send whatever I'm watching to the conference room or to the cafeteria, Well, no, why don't you program it so I can send it to the TV that's a foot in front of us?
We could be watching EuroLeague playoffs right now.
We could be.
You would think, hey, maybe the sports station. Maybe we hook them up with the sports channels. Nope.
No. And we'll lie to them. We'll lie to them when they call us out for us. Oh, it's not live. It's not live.
At the old building, all we got was MLB Network.
Jesse was the coldest. He was the coldest fantasy baseball player in the world because all he got to see was the MLB Network.
He would play what's it called? Roto baseball or whatever. I don't know what it's called.
That dusty ass dark studio that
Where are the pictures?
Jesse lived. Oh, where did the pictures go?
I don't even know. I think they're buried with that studio.
Oh,
Will Kane somewhere in there in the
All
rubble.
right, R.I.P. to the Will Kane picture.
They used to keep that studio like -7 degrees.
The Trey Wingo show picture. We'll come back. We'll talk more about Andrew Wiggins. 2 huge game 6s tonight. And Mark Jackson said sorry. Mark Jones said he was smoking on a Philadelphia pack. And
Mark Jones was in his bag.
and everyone popped for that. And all I kept thinking, oh, clearly that brother doesn't call your games. That's too bad for you.
Mark had another one where he said, sitting up here, calling this game in his Dolce & Gabbana suit. That boy be spitting.
Mark Jackson said sorry. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Mrs. Foxx, she's got the perfect scenario. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm with it.
Let's get it.
I'm with it.
Well,
I wouldn't hate that.
let's
To
settle
be
down.
honest with you,
I
I wouldn't
do.
hate that.
Let's calm down.
Lakers Celtics would be fire.
5204 or whatever it's called. That's the Denver mantra. That's how high they are, mile high.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No, my brother. You got to buy your own. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that the WNBA is having a game in Toronto tomorrow. Yeah, I think they're getting an expansion team. Well, maybe we need to get a big purple statue out here like they got this orange one and have everyone sign it. The Athletics promoted tweets are so annoying. It's like I'll see a post from The Athletic and it'll be from like 3 months. Click on it. Like this article's from 3 months ago and I'll see promoted.
The NBA does that too. They'll do like I'll go on Twitter right now and they'll be like, I don't know, Jimmy Butler knocks out the Bucks. What?
Yeah.
Getting the Warriors or NBA champions tweets, like the promoted ones 4 months after the finals, was tough.
That was cold.
So bad. Oh, man.
Everybody.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Everybody quote tweeting Draymond's the clip they have of him saying, I saw a lot of people laughing, but it's a hit to the head. One small hit to the head can change everything in your life. So I don't really understand the joke, quite frankly. And everybody quote tweeting it with Jordan Poole. I said, this is why I don't like Draymond.
Oh.
Jordan Poole's got at least another year or two of that, like being brought up.
You gotta sucker punch him.
Imagine the Warriors lose.
Okay, I'm
tonight.
gonna
Jordan
take-
Poole clocks them at the end of the game.
I was asked exactly. I was gonna say I'm gonna take Mrs. Fox's idea and say the perfect scenario is Lakers win tonight. Jordan Poole punches Draymond Green, and then you can have your Denver scenario. Gives him a rock bottom right on center court in the fourth quarter during play.
Can you imagine Twitter?
Just a rock bottom.
I can't. I'll save this for just a second.
Well, that's true. Kick to the nuts can change a lot of lives too.
Can prevent them.
Can't prevent him, indeed. He didn't have a podcast when he was kicking people in the nuts. I don't think so. Not obsessed with it, Aldrin J. Just praying it happens. What are you, a cop? Should you relax?
12.
Don't
12.
worry. Don't worry about what we doing.
Aldrin 12.
That's tough.
This new name is Aldrin 12.
Oh, God, have it.
Oh, man.
Get Jordan Poole to a stone cold stunner. See, what you down.
Hey, what the hell? What the hell? Hold on. No, this might have to go on the air. I don't know where this comes from, but Micah Parsons is on Twitter.
Oh, boy.
And he says, big shout out to the big guy. I think he meant to say guy, but big shout out to the big guy, Andrew Whitworth, for taking out the time in his week to help me grow as a player. We will only grow from those who have accomplished what we seek. Hashtag legend. Tyreek Hill responded to that and said, so now you're a motivational speaker? I'm confused.
Tyreek Hill is funny.
Why would you do that, Tyreek?
That's funny.
And of course, Micah Parsons came back with a reply.
Yeah, leave two out of it, bro.
Oh, no. What'd he say? Can you say it?
Yeah. He said, he was laughing emoji. He said, yeah, keep up with them Twitter fingers. Only person will pay is Tua. I'll see you Christmas Eve. There only going to be one Grinch who stole Christmas.
Oh, okay.
And people responded with the 50 cent gift and saying, this is Tua. Like, what do I have to do with this?
Tua text Tyreek, hey, bro, chill. What you doing?
I don't know why Tyreek responded.
Tyreek's been talking trash to everyone this offseason. It's been hilarious.
Tyreek's trash talk game it's up there.
He getting Tua killed.
Well, don't say that. That's not.
Well, I guess we can't even joke about Tua.
Not with Tua.
Mm-mm.
No, well, not in the NFL anymore.
No.
Because we used to joke about death in the NFL.
Well, geez. Well,
we didn't.
NFL took away all the fun.
I saw something from Kendra Andrews, and
shout out Kendra Andrews, very nice.
Absolutely. It was some dialogue regarding Kevon Looney, and Steve Kerr was talking, and I'm just wondering what happened here. So help me out. I don't remember game 2, game 3. They took Kevon Looney out of the starting lineup because they said he was sick.
Yeah.
And he could only play 10 to 12 minutes a game. Never heard of this before, but that's what they said.
Mm-hmm.
So the article was framing it as if Kevon Looney took a step back for the better good of the team. And Steve Kerr even had a quote about how Kevon Looney understands the different circumstances, and he's always willing to do what's best for the team on a day-to-day basis, all of that stuff. So I'm confused. Was he sick? Or did you take him out of the starting lineup
Mm.
and concoct the he's sick story for reasons known to no one but you guys?
It was clear to me when it happened that they were just taking him out of the starting lineup.
I've never heard of someone being ill, they can't start, but hey, they can play 10 to 12 minutes.
Right. That doesn't make any sense. Or, well, not to me.
The exact line from Kendra Andrews in this ESPN article was in game 1 of the Western Conference Finals against the Los Angeles Lakers, Looney grabbed 23 rebounds. Gave us all nightmares. We remembered it. But since May 2nd, he has returned to the bench in order for the Warriors to counter the Lakers' Anthony Davis. The Warriors' ability to rely on Looney to crash the boards and be okay with reduced minutes makes him even more important to the team. Here's the quote from Steve Kerr. He's as tough as they come, but he just understands. He's a realist. He sees things very pragmatically and understands you do your best every day and the circumstances are what they are. Bro, what? Why was there this he's sick story concocted? What was the point in it?
I don't know.
The Warriors
man.
make lineup changes all of the time.
Right.
No one was going to look down at Kevon Looney. No one was going to look sideways if you made a change to the starting lineup. Might have asked why, given what he did in game number 1. But, like, okay, Anthony Davis had a big game 1. You feel like mentioning Kevon Looney or putting Kevon Looney in a different role, we'll mitigate that a little bit. All right, but where did the story that he's sick came from?
I have no idea. I don't know.
That's so weird to me, man. That's so weird.
I don't know why you would do that. And once again, when it happened, I'm not pulling a LeBron here and be like, oh, I knew, or we still don't know, but like, oh, I knew. But it was like, well, if he's sick, why does he need to sit first to play? Like, if it's just the fact that he's sick, throw him out there in the starting lineup still. You can take him out with 5 minutes in, but him being sick shouldn't affect whether or not he starts. It just seemed odd.
This is a very lengthy article on Kevon Looney. Very good. I don't encourage anyone to read it because you'll be reliving some painful memories of the last month or so. But I point that out because there isn't a single reference to any sort of illness in this article. They literally just made it up. That's just so weird to me. I don't know. That's fine. Like,
it's
hey,
so unnecessary.
Y'all do you. It's just weird. I just read that quote like it was just so odd. Like, okay, everybody knows we're full of crap. Let's just abandon this lie and keep it moving.
Let's just not address this
Let's
anymore.
just never address the illness again and just keep it moving. Andrew Wiggins, however, is hurt, legitimately hurt, and he has a rib issue that he's going to be dealing with tonight. As a matter of fact, I just saw a clip pop up during the commercial break from Shoot Around today of Kevon Looney, who dealt with a similar injury, said he played with a jacket, like a flak jacket on, and he was like, it was incredibly painful, and I didn't have to shoot.
Yeah.
So they keep talking about shooting. Understandably so. He's regularly been the second scorer for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Thank God it's game 6. We all know what that means. But
it's that time. But
I'm assuming people keep bringing up shooting because of the motion over the head, like the upwards motion. What about blocking shots?
Yeah. Defending.
Yeah, that's like that to me with Andrew Wiggins, that feels like how many times does he try to chase down a shot during it? Like he can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, without being in, I'm assuming, at least according to Kevon Looney, in a lot of pain.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope he's ready to go and able to play. I like Wiggins, and I don't want to see anybody hurt in that deciding a series or something like that. So I hope he's good to go. But I just don't know. I don't know how it's going to happen for him to be able to be. Clearly he's not going to be at his best because of this. But if you're a Warriors fan, if you're a guy Drew Down or J2 Nice or anything, you got to hope that he's at least able to be like 70%. If you can get 70% Wiggins,
Yeah.
I'll take that as a win if you're the Warriors. But everything that you're talking about, man, it's going to be tough. That's going to be tough.
I want to mention another thing.
Oh, okay. There's Ramsey, and it's heartless Ramsey. Bye, Andrew Wiggins. Uncalled for, Ramsey.
Ramsey a weird dude, man. I genuinely don't know what Ramsey likes. Past baseball. Like, I know he likes baseball. He kind of hates everything.
He likes straight leg sweats.
He loved that, which is super odd. Super, super odd. And driving. We know that he likes driving. Speaking of things we can't stand, there's a particular person who covers the Golden State Warriors that I had to stop following. It's like, I can't deal with this individual any further. I cannot deal with this individual any further. However, I
just unfollow.
Someone quote tweeted something from this individual, and it involved Anthony Davis's injury report status. And it was like the tweet got traction. Like, Anthony Davis listed as probable. Eyeball emojis. Like, okay. I get not everyone, like we do, looks at the injury report every day. Like, we literally have to. Shout out to Dr. Lance.
Shout out Dr. Lance.
Anthony Davis has been listed as probable since like 2013.
Yeah.
There's maybe you hadn't paid attention before. This is not news. This is absolutely not news. Anthony Davis will play today. Barring and there's nothing about head or anything like that written on the report. It is still listed solely as a foot fracture.
I think yesterday Anthony Davis came out and said, or he was talking to somebody or something. He's like, there ain't no way I'm not playing Game 6. So he didn't say this, but it was like, you can put whatever you want on the injury report. Ain't no way I'm not playing.
You won't believe this. LeBron James is listed as probable for tonight's game.
Foot
soreness. I'm just going to start tweeting random stuff to see if it gets traction.
The
hashtag King.
The hashtag King. Also, that was my strategy before, I got a bigger, audience or whatever. Remember, I told you when I was just a little KC, not a little KC, but, just a regular old tweeter. I said, I'm going to start a rumor and see if I can catch fire. Never worked.
Well, yeah, you definitely can't do that now. Also, please stop tweeting things about the show. Do not tweet D'Lo and KC are bringing back a bus ride to San Francisco. Let's not do that, because it takes Dr. David like 6 seconds to find a tweet. And waking up that morning like, wait, are we going to San Francisco? What the hell?
We do need to make it happen. The schedule makers, if they put it on a Saturday, let's go. Let's do it. Let's set it up. Somebody call Rich Ripley. Let's get the sponsor. Let's get a bus. If they put Kings Warriors Saturday night prime time ABC.
Yeah, we do it.
Let's go.
Like, literally no one's ever contacted Rich Ripley before. Like, no one. One, they probably aren't even sure what I'm saying when I say rich.ripley@odyssey.com.
Oh, man.
Dr. Lance, if you want to sponsor a trip to Summer League in Vegas or a bus ride to San Francisco, to the dental office. If there's a Sacramento dental office that wants to sponsor a bus trip to the San Francisco dental office,
yeah. I see
you
working.
We got you.
I see you working.
We got you. Mark Jackson said, my bad, regarding not picking Nikola Jokic for his MVP list. I know this is going to sound a certain type of way, but I was actually okay with his apology.
We're on the same page.
He kind of just was like, hey, that's my bad. I kind of selected the all NBA team.
Right. And when he said that, I was like, He did do that. He did go center, 2 forwards, 2 guards.
The Shai Gilgeous-Alexander selection was so out of pocket. Now it makes much more sense. He was, instead of selecting his MVPs, he was selecting his all NBA.
You said this. I think it was after the show yesterday, but or maybe it was Matt George's. But they're like, does he really have to apologize for that? Like that was. You can explain yourself. You know, we ask for that sometimes, but ain't nothing to be sorry about. This your pick. That's what you chose to do. And if it's a mistake, like he said it was, and he feels like, hey, you know, I got a lot of respect for Jokic. If I was paying attention to what I was doing, I would have never not selected you. So I apologize to you, man. Like that's cool, but that would be the only person he needs to apologize. You don't need to apologize to us.
Yeah, it also should be pointed out, like it didn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like he made a mistake. Like he didn't have to say anything, but he's like, yeah, I just made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't affect anything.
Right.
Like it literally affected nothing.
Right. Hey, but now
MVP races are never as close as we think they are.
nah.
Remember the Russell Westbrook, James Harden thing. Oh, this might be the closest race in MVP history. It wasn't. Like it wasn't close at all.
Yeah.
And neither was this.
Despite
all of the click this, listen to that stuff during the season, Joe won by a lot.
Yeah, it was relatively easy. But know this. In 2023 and beyond, we're gonna find you. You make a crazy pick.
Well,
we're gonna find you.
And Jill's gonna tweet. We got him.
Jill got him too.
We got him.
Jill got him.
Jill put out the green light on Mark Jones.
Got him. That's tremendous.
Jill got him. So this is kind of random, but it's something that just popped up, and I didn't know this. Maybe I'm sure we talked about it. Did you know Magic Johnson was part of the Commanders group?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Magic does a great job of throwing it. Like I don't know how much that is, but I ain't mad at him. Get your name involved in everything.
Absolutely.
I still have questions like how much of the Dodgers does he actually own? Did he get his ownership stake back in the Lakers? Because he had to let it. I think he's had to let it go like 4 times.
He might have got it back. I thought he let go of the Dodger stuff.
Oh, did he?
I thought he did. I could be wrong though, because he had to let go of it, maybe to get back with the Lakers or something happened. I thought he let go of his Dodger stake.
But that I assume you point that out because the news has just come out that the Commander sale is complete.
Yeah. Best thing. So
we're finally rid of the worst owners in professional sports.
Good God, thank you. I was going to say the best thing, but it's not the best thing. It's just one of the best things.
Real quick, Jesse, you got something?
He doesn't own the Lakers. He owns the Dodgers, the Sparks, and the LA soccer team.
LAFC. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's still with the Dodgers. I was just
and now the Commanders.
And now the Commanders. I was just going to say one of the great things he ever did was that Magic Johnson Fridays. An awful lot.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, still to this day. To this day.
His so correct me if I'm wrong. I've been there before. Is his area, I like the former mayor owns a bunch, like the bunch of that stuff in Oak Park is his.
Mm-hmm.
Is that when the Starbucks, all of that stuff was
in that complex, he had Fridays, Starbucks, and the movie.
I was gonna say I've been to the movie theater before.
And I honestly don't think he owns any of it anymore.
Oh.
But I still think they like have the name on that Fridays. But I could be wrong, but I don't think
they just lease Magic's name.
Yeah. I don't, and you know what, to be honest with you, it's been a couple years since I've been there. I'm not even sure if the name is on there, but everybody knows it as the Magic Johnson Fridays. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if he owns any of that stuff anymore. Well, and the movie theaters ain't there no more.
And Shaq has 24-hour fitnesses.
He did. I don't know if he still does.
I'm sure he still does.
I think he had the one in Union City.
I need like a De'Aaron Fox Planet Fitness or something.
Oh yeah,
we need De'Aaron Fox.
CalFit.
Yeah. Well, okay. De'Aaron Fox needs to.
I mean, I'm a 24-hour fitness.
We need De'Aaron's name on. I don't care. It could be De'Aaron Fox Coffee.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs something.
Just not center court.
Well,
just not a rest. How about just not a restaurant? Okay, De'Aaron, Domas, Malik, no restaurants, no nightclubs. We don't need Tunnel 5.
I mean, that had a little life.
A little.
It was no, don't say it like that.
No, I was a little.
Don't say it like
That club was not around very long.
It was around about as long as any nightclub.
Nah, I'm calling cap.
Okay, no,
I'm going.
Nah, we got to figure this out. So
I'm
that opened in what would you say, 2000, 2001?
No. That opened in 2000. I was on the radio, I think, when it opened. It had to have been 4 or 5.
I think it was before that.
Wait, when did I start? 2000. Oh, I guess it could have been 2002, 3. Could have been one of those years.
Because you know how I know
it could have been 2002.
Because Corliss was still there. My aunt, they tell a story about how the players were in there one time. They were in the club, and somebody spilled a drink on Corliss's Timberlands. So Corliss was still here. That was at least 2000.
Okay, we'll address.
But it was like one of the teammates, and he got
we'll address Corliss wearing Timberlands in the club at a later date and time.
But the whole point is, I think they went to like 06. Now, I don't know if Vlade still owned it, but it was still called Tunnel 21.
So
I think it opened in 03. I'm trying to look it up right now. I think it was 03.
Yeah, I knew I was on the radio when it opened.
03?
I knew. Yeah. Because I remember the night it opened. They there was spotlights outside the club everywhere.
Well, it went 03 to like 07.
I'm not sure that that's accurate, man.
Well, I was there.
I think it
After
went like 03 to
Jazzy
05.
510, and I moved
You
back.
might have been in the area. I don't know that it was still Tunnel 21.
Well, it was called Tunnel 21. Once again, I don't know if
It might have been one of them
owned
leasing
it.
agreements.
Yeah, I don't know if he still owned it. But that was 06, 07. That was the same night because I remember I took Jazzy 510 to the club, to Tunnel 21. Then we went to I forgot the name of it.
How old were y'all in 04?
04. Oh, I hadn't even met her in 04.
Oh,
this was
what would you
06,
say?
07.
Oh, 06. Okay.
We were 23, 24.
All right.
We went to what was the name of the place on? It's not, I don't know, but it's over there by Alhambra. They had the diner, and that's where I saw Eddie Winslow there after the club. Eddie Winslow.
Why was Eddie Winslow here?
I don't know. But Eddie Winslow walks in.
You didn't come up to that man and go, "Hey, Eddie Winslow," did you?
No. I let him be. But he was chilling. I mean, he was cool. I think it was called Mr. Perry's, or I think it used to be called Mr. Perry's.
They said it was
Lions.
On
Oh, Ramsey knows. Ramsey's on it. Yeah, it was Lions. That's right.
Of course, Ramsey.
It was Lions.
By the way, the brother's name's Darius McCray.
Darius McCray, Eddie Winslow. But he walks in. I said, "Is that Eddie Winslow? Is that Eddie Winslow? What is he doing here?"
You know, it's funny. I've never noticed. Darius kind of looked like Io. Oh man,
Vlade's club got new owners either in 06 or 07.
Okay, 06.
Yeah, Vlade, he got
that sounds right.
New owners, yeah.
That's when they had new owners, or they closed.
New owners.
Yeah.
I think they closed not long after.
No, it didn't take long.
There's a Yelp review I'm looking at. It says in 07
Oh,
that they got new owners. So I'll go deep, bro.
Hey, wasn't that a
That's a
restaurant
hardworking
though, too?
producer. Tunnel 21.
Or was it just the club or lounge or something like that?
No, I think it was a restaurant too.
I definitely never went for.
Yeah,
I never went
think because
before 10 o'clock.
Upstairs was really cramped.
It was
Like upstairs was that place was horrible.
Good times.
It was so terrible. It was so cramped and so hot. It was like hot, and downstairs was moist. It was like the walls were sweating. It was like humid in there. It was awful.
That does not seem like a Damian Barling place.
But the Kings were the hottest thing in the world. Certainly the hottest thing here.
Yeah.
You knew that they were there,
Yeah.
and that's where people wanted to be.
Tanel was popping.
I remember when Rasheed Wallace came to Ricky's.
Oh, snap. What was Rasheed?
He was cooked. My guy was gone. He's like, hey, brother, what it look like in here? Hey,
What did it look like?
I'm looking at Rasheed like, bro. I'm looking at his eyes like, my guy is gone. Walked him over. Like, hey.
Do you remember what he was wearing? Did he have a velour suit on or?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He absolutely had a velour suit on. Absolutely did. This was the later years in Ricky's because he used to not be able to get in with a velour suit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, he got in that night.
There's a lot of reasons.
And there were
able to get in Ricky's.
I remember this girl walked up to him. She was fine too. And she quoted the E40 line. What's that name?
Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah. And he started laughing. I was like, oh, he trying to, okay. Because if I said that, he wouldn't find it funny. But old shorty over here said it, and he giggling and cackling. He giggling and cackling. Get this man a booth and get him out of my face. And then the Hard Rock was down the street, and I think that's where the other Pistons were. Oh, yeah.
Hard Rock has some
popped
moments.
off.
Shout out to Hard Rock.
They never paid me to be there, so the hell with them. But, yeah, it popped off for sure. We'll come back. The show's kind of out of control.
Friday, baby.
2 game 6s tonight. We'll touch on those. The 49ers schedule is out. We'll dig into that. James Ham will be the adult in the room coming up at 3 o'clock. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, what was the place? It's Coin Op now, but what did that used to be? That used to be something.
Coin Op.
Down on K Street. It wasn't that long ago. It wasn't like during the Chanel days. It was like maybe about 5-6 years after that. I don't remember. Point being, I went in there one time and the Dikembe Mutombo was in there with like 5 of them. And they were all with him. They walked in with him. They walked out with Dikembe.
I've been around. I've been in the
Maryland's.
nightlife.
Maybe that is what it was. Yeah, good call. You guys.
What was it?
Maryland's. Maybe that was what it was.
Yeah, it was. I just looked it up right now.
I don't remember that place at all.
Yeah.
I've been like in the nightlife with a lot of athletes and NBA players.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of who's around them, feel me?
Yeah.
They pale in comparison to WNBA players.
Oh, word?
Not even close. Not even
That's
close.
pretty funny for whatever reason. I don't know why I get a kick out of that, but yeah, that's funny. They be game spitting.
I'd be out with them like, oh, man.
They be game spitting.
Mark Wong been kicked out of 815L. 815. That had 2 floors too, right? That had a downstairs and an upstairs.
See, I thought it was only one.
I feel like it had
815L
2.
is on L Street, so it's I think it was only one. They had a big mirror on the dance floor, didn't they? I feel like they did.
Sidelines had a big mirror on the dance floor.
Shout out Sidelines. I went into Sidelines. Sidelines was kind of cramped too.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, not as bad as Tanel.
Not.
But yeah.
Well, there was no way out. There was no balcony.
That's facts.
There was no patio or nothing like that. At least Sidelines had the patio.
Yeah, I thought so.
No,
Yeah.
I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, no, I thought so.
I
I
don't know
think they
what it
played
was.
2 different types of music there.
What y'all know about the jukebox?
Roseville. Yeah. That's was it 18 and over or
jukebox. I think
like
it was
16
18.
and over?
I think it was 18.
It was
better
something.
not have been 16.
Nah, there was some. I remember I remember filling in on a club night. It was a 18 and over club in Stockton.
Oh man, I'm glad you're here today.
It was a 18 and over club in Stockton, and I was filling in for a radio show host who will remain nameless. And I get there, and so I'm doing the mic stuff, and you know, greeting everybody. I'm like low key. This is later D-Lo years. I'm a little more reserved, but I'm doing, keeping the party going.
Yeah.
And the lady who runs, she was like, "Hey, are you gonna do the whipped cream thing? I got the whipped cream up there for you." I was like, "I'm okay. What's that?" Well, It's a hell of a cliffhanger.
Oh,
You know, we're ever
man.
gonna get
Okay.
the end of that
Hey, y'all
story.
can't wait till we gotta wait for the next commercial break, man. I gotta hear the end of this one. I gotta hear the end of this one. Hey, shout out to the Rage too. People talking about the Rage in the Wednesday college night. Shout out to my man Mark. We used to
Was
go there.
Rage on Arden?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right over there. That was a good look.
Is that the one? So what did Rage turn into polyester, or
I
did
think so.
polyester was that a different club?
I think it turned polyester
Because it was on Arden too.
Yeah, I think polyester was in another complex. It's where Chuck E. Cheese is now.
Okay.
It's not Chuck E. Cheese. It wasn't Chuck E. Cheese, but it's Chuck E. Cheese is there now, and whatever's next to it is what polyester was.
Okay.
I think that's what it is. And the Rage is next to like what Old Navy is now. I believe that's how it goes.
Do you think James would take part in this conversation if he was here? Or he just gotta be sitting there like this, like
James kind of just sits there and like shakes his head like when you guys talk about this stuff.
he's like a parent. He just lets the kid throw their tantrum, and then we'll get back to where we're supposed to be. All right, we got game 6s tonight. We've got Heat and Knicks. We've got Warriors and Lakers. We'll talk.
I went 1 for 1 last night. You went 1 and 1 as well.
Did I?
Yeah, because you picked Boston.
Boston won.
Yeah, and you picked Phoenix.
Phoenix lost. That's 1 and 1. That's very good.
I picked Philly and Denver.
I was like, wait a minute. Game was so bad. My dumbass picked Phoenix? Jackass. Yeah, that's a terrible look. Just so bad.
What you got tonight?
Bro. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised either way. I actually kind of think the Knicks and the Warriors might win.
I wouldn't.
I think
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think the Warriors might win because the universe is against my happiness.
It could be that.
And I'm a hater.
Yeah.
But no, I kind of feel like, man, if they win without Andrew Wiggins, like really being able to be Andrew Wiggins, this starts to fall on the Lakers. Here's what I need. I need to know what LeBron's wearing tonight. That's what I need to know. Is he showing up in a high-end suit?
Yeah.
Or is he, showing up in, he's I think he's league fits all team.
Oh, for sure.
But
for sure.
LeBron, there's levels to LeBron.
I said this. Now I know Golden State is not Memphis. They're better than Memphis. But I said LeBron ain't trying to get on no plane. He ain't trying to get on. If he gets on a plane, it's only to go to the Western Conference Finals. He ain't getting on 2 different flights.
Yeah.
LeBron ain't getting on no plane. It's over tonight.
Okay.
And Jimmy Butler is getting on a plane. We're going back to the Garden for Game 7.
I think that might happen. Yeah, I think that might happen. And I, as much as I roll my eyes and get annoyed with you, Game 7 at the Garden. I'll take that.
They're gonna go crazy.
Yeah, I'll take.
And
that.
I really don't know what would happen in the Game 7. Like,
that's the thing.
As
we're all familiar with, you never know.
Never know.
You throw everything, and that's why like the Warriors get through tonight. Nothing matters. It's I said this during the Sacramento series. I feel like series are really 6 games. There's 6 games. If you get to a Game 7, that's a different entity of itself.
It's a 1-game
like
playoff.
That is just all by itself. Nothing that happens in Game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 matter. That is one singular thing, and nothing, absolutely nothing, would surprise me. So you're forcing. I don't like making predictions. I do think the Knicks are winning. Like I say that definitively. I think the Knicks are winning. Why? Bro, I don't know. I think the Knicks are winning. I think the God bless it. Now I'm thinking like Jalen going 48 again.
He might. Quinn Grimes go 48 too.
Again?
Whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do to get to Game 7.
Okay.
That's the thought.
I can't pick the Lakers Warriors game. I can't.
I'm going with my going with my heart on this one. Well, it's not really my heart. They're not.
It is your heart. It is your heart. We all know. What
okay,
it is.
Lake Show.
We all know what it is.
The heart is the Kings, and I want the team to beat the Kings. to go down.
There you
Sorry,
go.
Drew Down. Once again, Drew Down found us during the series and it stayed, came to the watch party. That's my guy. J2
Absolutely.
Nice, that's my guy too.
Yep.
Bonte Hill, that's my guy. Guru, that's my guy.
Mhm.
I got a lot of Butcher Boy.
Got a lot of
I got a
guys.
lot of
Mhm.
Warrior fans that are my guys.
Mhm.
But I want to see you go down tonight.
Yeah.
I want this thing to end tonight.
And like I said a couple of days ago, I don't want to block you guys either,
No.
because I'm removing all of you
I
from
never
my
found
life.
out who you're unfollowing.
Oh. I am removing all of you from my life if the Warriors come back from 3-1 down against LeBron James. Now with Andrew Wiggins playing without a rib or whatever he's doing. I can't do it. Love you all. I love you all. We can communicate through Christmas cards. You know, LeBron's being filmed a la The Last Dance right now. Now, I think there's multiple explanations for this. You know, the ones, I think John Ireland brought this up on the Awful Announcing podcast.
Shout out to Ireland, Mason in Ireland.
Okay.
They have the same boss as we do.
Okay. Stacy?
People say you're bosses.
I always love when people think we work for ESPN. That's my favorite. And I get it. Like, it's ESPN 1320. It's not the same. It's like, apparently it's like Magic's Fridays in Los Angeles.
Exactly.
Magic Johnson is not signing anyone's check there. Yeah, John said that there's cameras. Thompson, I can't remember. It's Michael Thompson, the Thompson who filmed The Last Dance stuff.
Okay,
is filming LeBron this season. So that obviously true. You know, the parallels to LeBron's final years being documented. That's certainly a logical explanation. As is the fact he set the scoring record this year.
Yeah.
That's probably another reason he was being followed around all year, because to document that moment in history. But an interesting little, footnote on the Lakers season and LeBron season.
See, now you got me thinking about it. I definitely need to see what he's wearing going into the.
Oh, it's important.
They got a nice little walkway at crypto.
They got a great one. Yeah.
Some good stuff. So
I never got to be in the Michelob Ultra drip walk area at the Golden One Center.
I've seen it once.
I can't get down there without Jill Adge.
Wow.
Jill Adge is the only one who can. Jill Adge and Kendrick Montgomery Block are the only ones who can get me.
Can't be.
Well, they're the only ones who. Well, I can only ask for so much. Can only ask for so much.
Can't be. She pulls up all the time.
49ers schedule is out. Well, everyone's schedule is out. I don't. We do this every year. We look at schedules. We form over and unders and win totals, and we do all of this stuff just based on the schedule. A footnote for those who don't know: we know the schedule a year. We don't know when the games are being played. We know every single opponent in advance.
I make
so all of a sudden we start forming win-loss records based on when they play.
that is
which
crazy.
is
it is kind of
incredible.
Crazy. Like, this stretch is going to be crazy.
It's so weird, man.
Until both the teams you're playing are 2-8, and it's not so crazy. But I do like the schedule release. Like I talk about the ridiculousness of the 3 hour, like that's doing too much. But yeah, I get excited to see when they're playing, where they're gonna, obviously know when where they're going, but when that's gonna happen. The other thing that we do learn for the schedule release is we do learn your primetime games.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then your Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
49ers got 5, the max that you can get at the start of a season. Obviously, as the season goes along, you could be flexed into more maybe, but to start the season, the most you can get is 5 primetime games. Niners got that. Their very first one, and this one, we talked about this, and it came back to bite us in the ass. I guess it's either this or go over to London. I don't want to do that. But the Niners got stuck with 2 Thursday games. I'm not happy about that. Both on short weeks.
Okay.
I'm not happy about that. So the first one is the home opener against the Giants in week 3 at Levi's, obviously, home opener. That's a Thursday game. And then they play on Thanksgiving at Seattle on Thursday. And that's also both are on a short week.
So trying to be the optimist here, is the plus side to that, you get those long so-called mini buys after those Thursday games?
Yeah, but I'm never really sure which one works. Is it Uchiwali or is it one Mike?
I don't know. We've never been able to figure that out.
Is it good to have? Is it okay to have the short week because you have the long buy or a mini buy? Or I'd rather just play Sunday to Sunday. I don't want I guess that answers the question. I don't want the mini buy twice.
Okay.
I'd rather give me a regular week instead.
Okay.
And then they got to travel too. Like, I think that matters as well. The first one is, I said the home opener was week 3.
Well,
it might be week 2.
It might be.
All right, the second week of the season, they're in Los Angeles to play the Rams. So there's a little travel there. It's not a whole lot. I guess it could have been worse. It could have been coming from Pittsburgh to have to play on a short week at home. You're really just taking a 45-minute flight. Not really a big deal. But the second one, I don't like that because it's later in the season too.
Okay. Aren't they? They're opening at Pittsburgh, right?
They're opening at Pittsburgh, and then they're going to come. They're usually on those little East Coast trips. They like to.
Oh,
stay.
You're saying they'll fly home.
They'll fly home
and then go to LA. I got you.
45-minute flight to LA.
Yeah.
It's not.
I got you.
It's not. It's easy for me to say. But it's not huge travel. Right?
No, it's not.
So, matter of fact, they probably leave Saturday. Well, no, they probably keep a routine. They'll probably leave on Friday. But the second one, though, Tampa Bay at home, and then on a short week, you got to play on Thanksgiving in Seattle. So, I don't know what to make of the schedule.
So week 9 bye, correct?
Week 9 bye, smack in the middle of the.
I mean, that's as good. That's as good as you can get.
Right.
It's as good as you can hope for.
Right. So, yeah, but they got a Sunday night, which really is the biggest game on this right now. You know, anything could happen throughout the season, but as we look at it today, the biggest game on the schedule is that week 5 matchup, Sunday night at home against the Cowboys. That's I'm gonna have to go to that one. I think I'm gonna have to go to that one.
Okay, you go to that one, and maybe I'll host a watch party at our favorite casino.
Well, see, I thought about that too, because there's some opportunities for those. I mean, we got one.
There's a lot of them.
We got 1, 2. Like, we could. I don't want to plan on the air, but we could do the Giants joint Thursday night, 32 Brews, and then they got a Monday night 2 weeks after the Cowboys game.
Well, not to get too involved in this, the Thursday night could be tough, which we can discuss later. But we can always do a Christmas Day watch party at Sky River Casino for those who just want to gamble on Christmas Day. We can go watch the 49ers and the Ravens.
Or Thanksgiving.
Or Thanksgiving, indeed. Come have your turkey at 32 Brew Street. Our special Thanksgiving Day menu.
Did anything stand out to you about this schedule or any schedule at all?
No, I don't.
What you think about?
I think the rule change is interesting. The not every which I hadn't. I didn't investigate. Did anyone not get a Thursday game?
I didn't investigate either. I don't know. Ramsey said there's 4 teams with 6 primetime games. I guess they probably there used to be 5 primetime games, but now that teams can have multiple games on a Thursday, that's probably non-existent. So
it also, do Thanksgiving and Christmas count as primetime games?
Well, Christmas is on a Monday, so that's a Monday night football game.
Yes, there you go.
This year. I think just the night game on Thursday counts as primetime. So the Cowboys and Lions games don't count as primetime, I don't think.
Great point by Paolo. Man, Polo, what a What a sports weekend! What a Christmas day it'll be in Northern California.
Wow, poor Ryan ain't gonna be opening up or she's gonna be opening up at like 5 a.m.
49ers already on the schedule for the Baltimore Ravens, and my belief is it'll be the Golden State Warriors at the Sacramento
Don't say that
Kings.
Too loud. Don't say that. I don't like when you say that on 95.
Ask me if I give a damn what they like at 95.7.
They don't like when you say that.
That's all right. We'll be going on 95.7. We'll be talking to our brothers over there and consoling them, when they're talking baseball in March.
Oh, speaking of,
because
when am I going to get that Casey Smith jersey? Another home run last night.
It's your boy.
It's my boy. All we got to do now is get Farhan out of here.
Well,
now we're cooking.
Okay, probably a little harder to do than. You can't just say bankruptcy. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, Diamond Sports can.
Well, apparently they can. That was an office joke that you didn't get. So we asked about. I asked you these. I kind of made fun of mostly Adam Schefter, not really the schedule release.
Mm-hmm.
I think the schedule release over the last few years has gotten a lot of fun with the different videos. The videos that posted yesterday were extraordinary. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. You can find us on Twitter and Facebook as well. I didn't watch all of them, and it just dawned on me, I didn't even see the 49ers.
I didn't either. I saw what it was. It's the guy who makes all the raps. They collabed with him to. There's a 49ers fan. I think he's actually like a real rapper. But during the postseason, he always makes these almost like Drake bars for any upcoming 49er game.
Okay.
And he did it on his own, and the 49ers reached out and they
That's dope.
got with him to do the schedule. I didn't see the video, though.
That's dope. I'll look that up. I didn't sit and watch all of them. Like, I got alerted to a couple of them. And I thought obviously for those, like the Browns one was very good. It was a complete wrestling theme that the Miz was involved in. Chicago's was good. Seth Rollins was in that one. Tennessee's was my favorite. I thought Tennessee's was.
Is that the one where they were talking to people on the street?
Yeah.
I just saw, but I didn't.
So
what
it was
said.
like it looked real. Like, and I can believe it. I think they said it was on Broadway.
Okay.
So I assume they were in, like, it was funny. It's very funny. I thought they did a great job with it. But like anyone who has listened to the show for any sustained period of time and saw the Denver one, I'm going with the Denver one.
So what was the Denver one?
So Peyton was in the Denver one. And it was essentially a spoof of The Office. So Peyton was kind of playing the role of Michael Scott. Angela's in it. She gets FaceTimes from Creed. And
is Angela the secretary?
No, that's Pam.
Oh yeah, that is Pam. That's
Angela is. Well, you're like 4 episodes in, bro. Like, she's the little blonde. I don't know what to tell you. But they're subtle nods to that's what she said. Okay. Without saying that's what she said. Like, they would say a line and then it would flash to like Peyton's face, but he wouldn't say it. Like, he wouldn't say the line, but you knew that was the point where you say the line. It was very good. I enjoyed it. Okay. And I genuinely find Peyton entertaining. I think Peyton is funny.
Yeah, Peyton's cool. I like Peyton. I'm watching the Browns one right now. This looks pretty clever.
Well, and Miz is on the commentary. So okay. I appreciate that you're watching it right now. The bit of it is hearing it. Like you do have to hear it. Like the different wrestler names for the different teams are very entertaining. Okay. They did a good job with this. All of the social media people did a really, really good job with
this. This has become a pretty big deal. I remember I was watching.
It's become the Met Gala, as Adam Schefter would say.
I was watching like NFL Live, and they were like breaking down everything. Once again, I didn't see all of it. That's all I just didn't have the time to go through 8 minutes, but it looked like I was intrigued by the Jags one. You didn't like the Jags one, huh?
I don't think I saw the Jags one.
Where they basically were talking about how the whole premise was the NFL is the script, and they had script writers in the Jags offices, and they were. And so on one of the things they're like, yeah, 2022 we wrote the script, and we were in the writers' room or whatever, and then we had the Cowboys game, and he gets on the phone and he says, "Hey Jerry, we're thinking of Dak Prescott throwing a ball off of such and such's helmet in for a game-losing pick six. Does that work? Can Dak make that throw? He can't? Okay, don't worry, we'll CGI it." And they go to the play and they're like, they say it's a fake football or whatever. But the whole premise is the whole thing of the NFL having script. But it was 8 minutes.
I like it.
Come on, man.
That's a lot.
8 minutes.
That's a lot.
Maybe if I was a Jags fan.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, maybe I'll watch it tonight sometime.
Outside of that, I don't know what to do with the schedule release. Like they have the 49ers, I think, at 11.5. Or I think ESPN had the 49ers at 11.
So I think that's like Caesars or something like that.
Okay. I saw it on ESPN.
Yeah, I saw it there too. But because they had what they thought
probably
was
used, yeah.
11.5 is the highest over under for any team in the NFC.
Okay.
What do you think? Over or under?
What was their record last year? 12 wins?
Did they win 12 games? 12-5? Is that it?
So I'll say this. The schedule, the teams they're playing, they don't do a lot for me. I mean, you can lose to a team that you're better than. Like every sports fan knows that. 11.5. I'm gonna go under. But
ESPN has it at 10. I think
I'm gonna go under, but it would be like 11.
Yes, yeah, and the half gets it because I think I would go under too. I think I should know these things, but 12 is 12-5, right?
Yeah, that math checks out.
All right.
I genuinely don't. I
might go over. I might go over. No, it's 12-4. Yeah, it's 12-4.
No, it's 17 games, isn't it?
Well,
yeah, because last year the Niners went 13-4.
Niners were 13. Damn, they were 13-4 last year.
I'm looking at the Bengals went 12-4 last year.
Did they go 4-1?
Well, see, they don't have a one. They should have a one.
There are 17. What is happening? There's 17 games in an NFL season. There's 18 weeks.
The one with DeMar Hamlin that got canceled.
Oh,
there you go. Okay. You looked at the one goddamn team that took one time in NFL history a game has been expunged from the record, and you're looking at that team.
I went to the standings, and that was the first one that came.
You got us all thinking we're nuts. Like, wait a minute, no, it's a 17-game season. What the hell is going on?
So look, I see that, and then I scroll up, and I was like, wait, no, Buffalo went 13-3. They're the other. They played Buffalo.
God damn it, man!
Niners went 13-4 last year.
That's crazy.
I would go over.
12 what were they seeded last year?
2. Philadelphia went 14-3.
This was a long basketball season. I blocked everything with the 49ers out of my
Philadelphia went 14-3. The Niners won their last 11 games.
That's right. They didn't lose for was it like 3 months?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What was the last loss? It was something.
It was in October. I remember it was it Halloween?
Oh man. What was I'm gonna have to look now because I don't even remember when the last loss was. Before that,
don't mind us. We're just looking this up live on the radio.
It was Kansas City.
Was it Halloween?
October 23rd.
October 23rd. Okay.
They had just gotten Christian McCaffrey like 2 days.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And he played.
I remember I watched that game in a Fort Lauderdale airport.
Why was that? Oh, was this Jamaica?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, "Ooh, Niner
McCaffrey,"
and Chiefs went to work on that defense.
That's right.
And the defense looked great.
That's right.
Since that point, moving on.
I remember we got the Christian McCaffrey story when I was by myself.
Yeah.
You weren't here.
Yeah. I landed in New York and turned my phone on. Niners had Christian McCaffrey. I said, what?
We'll come back. We'll get back into the NBA. We actually got James Hamster to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Oh, small football note related to the Raiders.
Okay.
We'll have that for you when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yo, Pino, chill, bro. Chill, Pino, chill. Chill, man. That reminds me, did anybody see, I've been meaning to bring this up on the show for like a week. Did you see when,
Oh, it's picking it up now. It's kind of cold.
It's 2023?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
damn.
She said she went in there to look. Shit. That's kind of cold.
Nah, that's cold. That is, I want to be like that when I grow up.
Yeah, right.
Did anybody see, Jesse, you see Travis Kelce spike the trophy?
What trophy?
The Lombardi.
When?
He was like on stage at some concert.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Dude spikes the Lombardi. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a replica.
It's got to be the fake one, I think, unless he was just famous.
Man, I saw that. I said, wait a minute. Hell no.
You remember when Gronk dented the trophy? Because
Yeah. What was he doing?
they were playing baseball with it.
That's right.
Someone threw him a pitch and he hit it and left a big ass dent.
That's right. Yeah, this is crazy. So he's taking oh my gosh. Seeing it again. He was doing the shotgun beer thing on it. So he does that and then he spikes the can and then spikes the trophy. Nah, bro, that can't be the real joint. It can't be. Can't be. Okay. Yeah. That was crazy. I'm looking at it over and over again now. We did, James. We talked about it, man, and we're very happy to see that. Very happy to see that. Let me see what the Bears did. I didn't see the Bears joint. I had a busy week. I didn't get a chance to do a whole lot this week. Yeah. When I do get to do something, it's to watch a basketball game.
I used to be like NFL was like my favorite sport to watch, but I think basketball is up there now.
Basketball's the one for me.
I was telling my cousin I'd rather watch like Hornets Pistons than the two worst teams in the NFL.
Right. I can't watch the NFC or the AFC South. Seth freaking Rollins. Seth freaking Rollins. You know, I haven't watched wrestling since Mania.
Yeah, I haven't either. I heard Dynamite was really good the other day and just haven't gotten around to watching it.
I have been on Jade's Instagram, though.
Well,
that's the only wrestling I've watched.
It's a random question, but I definitely remember where I was.
Oh,
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
That was an unforgettable day. It was the day of the NBA draft.
I was at a team pizza party for our baseball season that year.
What's he want me to say? I never leave you. You see Dr. Dance?
I saw that. I saw that.
That's funny. Do I have a sack prediction for Bosa? How many did he get last year?
Did he hit 20?
I don't think he did.
Now I feel like 15.
I think it was 17. Oh,
Oh man.
damn it. The house show is back. Tales from the club. That's what you need to do.
Question asked during the commercial break, how many sacks did Nick Bosa have last season? 18.5 is the number.
I think he gets 20.
20?
He missed
Okay.
the game last year, too. Missed the Falcons game.
You think he could win Defensive Player of the Year again?
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like who was second?
Micah.
Oh, was it close?
Well, I don't know, like, technically, like, the votes. I'm not sure. But I think Micah was second. Could be
Didn't they
wrong.
take that off the books? Like you couldn't bet on it anymore?
On, like, week 11.
Yeah.
Yo, here's the crazy thing about him. Bosa's never not been Bosa.
Yeah.
Since the day he stepped into the NFL, he's been a menace.
He was that way at Ohio State, too.
He's sick.
Michael finished second, but he didn't even get a first place vote. Like Chris
Damn.
Jones, Hassan Reddick, those guys got like 1 or 2 first place votes, but Michael didn't even get one.
Wow.
Hassan Reddick ended the NFC Championship.
Mike is a bad
game.
boy, bro.
No, Mike is a
Mike
bad
is a
boy.
bad boy.
He's a bad dude. You see who's in front of Fresno? Giannis
What?
is back.
Who?
Giannis.
Giannis is in Fresno?
Yeah.
Okay.
Spotted at the Fresno airport.
Fresno has an airport?
They do.
Wow.
You can fly, I don't want to say anywhere, but a lot of places. It's
I
like
think
flying out of Stockton.
I think the only time I've ever gone to Fresno was for wrestling events, and that was it. Go to the event and leave.
I saw
I think I saw
obviously.
Fully Loaded in Fresno, the
Wow.
one where
well, that was
the one
the WWE was doing their thing with these.
it's well that was the one where Sable had the
The handprints?
yeah,
They did that in Fresno?
that was in Fresno.
Wow. Fresno been a part of some moments then. Because what was the other one? It wasn't Tyson, was it?
Tyson and Austin. Yeah, I think that was Fresno because the Royal Rumble, I think, was in San Jose.
It was. That's right. That's right.
So yeah, I think Tyson and Austin was in Fresno,
Wow.
which is so weird.
It's very
It's
weird.
like one of the seminal moments in wrestling history, and it was in Fresno, California.
That's crazy. Yeah, Fresno. Obviously, I got family ties now there, but I want to go to a Fresno State football game this upcoming year. I seen a house show in Fresno not too long ago at the Save Mart Center.
Okay.
I saw Lil Wayne in Fresno.
Oh.
Good show.
At Save Mart?
No, this is the one they had downtown.
Oh.
I think that's where all the wrestling was until like whenever it was built, like 2007 or 8 or something like that. He cursed out the sound man. That was not nice of Lil Wayne. But they got it together, put on a good show.
Okay.
559 stand up.
I mentioned there was a quick Raiders note,
Mm-hmm.
and it is their likely new partner, Tom Brady. Tom Brady, of course,
now he really owns them.
he owns stake in the Las Vegas Aces, which is also owned by Mark Davis, and there's a belief that he's going to be, or a report that he's going to be a limited partner of the Las Vegas Raiders. This has clearly been his plan. Like, this has been the move he's wanted to make for years, that, you know, dating back to the weird Dolphins story that we got over the course of the last couple of years. So he's starting to dip his toe into, you know, it says limited partner. It doesn't say ownership. I assume the plan would be at some point for him to have a bigger ownership stake, likely somewhere else. I know this is weird. I don't know what kind of money Brady has. like LeBron is a billionaire.
Right.
And like that's easily trackable because of the incredible contracts that he signed over the years. Nike, Spring Hill, endorsement, other endorsement, like it's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Brady was taking less than market value contracts because his wife made hundreds of millions of dollars per year, and he could help the team by doing that.
Right.
I have no idea what type of money Tom Brady has. Like, I can't even venture a guess. Like, he's a Under Armour guy.
Under Armour.
He's got, the TB12 stuff. I don't even know what that consists of anymore. I think he has like sheets that cost like $1,000.
I got a number for you.
Okay.
You want to take a guess? He played 23 seasons in the NFL.
23 seasons. So this is just NFL earnings.
I got everything, but I also have it split up.
Okay, 23 in the NFL. Give me the highest year.
Can't do that.
You can't give me the
I don't have that in front of me.
I don't. I have no idea then. I have no. I can't even.
He made 39 in his second to last season.
There you go.
He made 39, 23 seasons. I'll go.
It's one of my favorite games on this show.
I'll go
pocket watching with D-Lo KC.
I'm gonna go 5'10".
I'll say no. You're wrong, and I'll tell you why I say it like that.
Okay.
In the NFL, no, you're
not even close.
It's 333 million.
Wow.
His total though, 525. That's
okay.
So 333 million from playing contracts.
Okay.
And it says more than 200 million from off the field activities.
Okay.
So total is 525.
Brady didn't make more than 20 million till his last season with the Patriots.
Yeah, he always took less than market.
That's
contracts.
Still more money.
Not
realized,
always.
Though.
Not always.
That 333 is more than I would have thought.
That's 23 years.
With him always taking a pay cut.
Look up Eli. Like Eli, I think Eli's in the I think is in the $300 million range.
I would think so.
I
would think so.
But Eli didn't take bargains. 200?
252 for Eli.
252. Okay. At one time, I think Eli was the highest career earnings player in the NFL. Clearly, that's not the case anymore. I think that was at one time, though, that Eli had made the most money.
Who is it now?
Active?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Is it Drew Brees?
No, it's Deshaun Watson.
Oh, well, it is guaranteed. I was about to say his contract ain't over, but it's guaranteed, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, outside of Deshaun Watson, I feel like it might be Drew Brees.
Oh, that's a good one. And Alex, you put the wrong number up, but 50 million per year. Yeah, I forgot about this TV deal that he has coming up. That's in the vicinity, I think, of 400 to 500.
I read something where somebody tried to say he might.
Yeah,
back out of that
sports reporter for the New York Post, and Brady's like, yeah, that's not true.
Brady's got the highest career earnings. You guys want to take a guess for 2 and 3?
So I'm gonna stick with Drew Brees.
A. Manning.
Yeah, I go Peyton. I think Peyton made more.
I think Eli made more than Peyton.
Neither Manning.
Okay. Riveting.
Well, one is a current active NFL player. He's second.
A current active NFL player is second in career earnings. Who'd have been in the league long enough for that?
I guess 2 and 3 are still active. Yeah, 2 and 3 are still active.
Damn. So Drew isn't on there. Who is it?
I don't know.
It's your boy Aaron Rodgers and Matt Stafford.
Oh, how did we miss Aaron Rodgers? Aaron Rodgers was a dumb oversight. Yeah. Matt Stafford, I don't think I probably would have done that.
Rodgers is at 305 million right now. Stafford's at 300.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
And Matt Ryan is 4th.
I asked all of that because I was like, what's the money that you have to like become an owner, like a full owner? Because Jordan was a partial owner with the Bobcats, and I think it was Bob Johnson's team at the time. Did he buy the Hornets from Bob Johnson?
I think so, yeah.
So he kind of had like the in already,
right?
And I don't think there wasn't it's not like what just happened with the
Yeah,
Commanders.
he might have gave him a little player price.
Right. And so, I mean, Jordan is a billionaire, but I don't know how many times over. Because there's all this talk about LeBron, you know, oh, everyone believes LeBron wants to own a team. Like, I believe that. But the end price, even the end price now compared to when Jordan got in, that's not the same.
No.
Like, he needs billionaire status, like, I think a couple of times to get in on an NFL team or get in on an NBA team.
Michael Jordan's current net worth $2 billion.
That would have been my guess.
So MJ was a partial owner first before he bought the Hornets as a whole.
I believe so.
All right, then he paid $180 million then to get like the whole team in 2010.
In 2010. Wow.
Well, 180.
He probably
bought
just-
out some.
He
Yeah,
just
he bought him out.
probably
Yeah.
bought out Bob Johnson or whatever owners,
Yeah.
whatever other owners were there.
Yeah, I don't think Brady got enough to.
I don't think so either.
Like, I don't
Yeah,
even
I don't
it's
think so either.
close.
I mean, especially for an NFL team. Yeah, I don't think so either.
You need. Like, we started like
The
3 bills.
the amount of people that can actually own an NBA franchise or an NFL franchise, I mean, it's a fraction of a percentage.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like I think there were like less than 10 people we thought who could buy this
The
Commanders team.
Yeah. I think I want to start calling them the football team.
I
like that better than the Commanders.
I like the Commander football team better than I like any of this.
True. Oh, Rob W. This is a great point. It says Brady has that Miss P money.
Well, that's good money.
It's a good
That's
point.
good. Like, and probably by, I don't know, D'Lo and Casey's 5th anniversary, Miss P will be at NFL franchise money.
Facts.
Shifting gears here, I mentioned to get back to the NBA. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. I read something this morning. With so much with Phoenix's season coming to an end yesterday, the offseason being here for more and more teams. The offseason is going to be here, for a handful more teams coming up. And when you fall short, when you're a team like Phoenix and you fall short of championships, especially when you were in the finals not that long ago, when you make a big splashy trade like they did with Kevin Durant, you kind of see a domino effect, right? You start to, the DeAndre Ayton conversation leads to a Vucevic conversation, leads to a Chicago Bulls conversation. And I kind of just got into this rabbit hole of reading some stuff about the Chicago Bulls about, this I think even came up as recently as yesterday. People asking about Zach LaVine and what would you think if like Zach LaVine was available? Well, again, it's May 12th. So you take this for news on May 12th. But there's a belief in Chicago, they want to build around Zach LaVine. They're willing to move on from other people to build around Zach LaVine. And of course, that brings up the name DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan, 1 year left on his deal, easily tradable contract, high quality player. What could you get back for him? Could you get a draft pick? Could you get the things? Could you get a player that complements Zach LaVine? Could you find things to build around Zach LaVine if that's your guy a little bit more? So I'll ask you the obligatory question. DeMar DeRozan, any interest? 33 years old. Again, last year of his deal.
There is some interest because I like DeMar DeRozan and I like he's a bucket. He's a certified bucket. I don't know about the style of play. Doesn't shoot the 3 ball a whole lot. And
he excels in the same exact areas that De'Aaron does.
Right.
In terms of on like a mid-range guy.
Right. So I'm gonna say no. But that's more so a style of play than the actual player. If they played a different style, I'd love to have DeMar DeRozan here.
Okay. Just
What
throwing
you
it
think?
out there because I like DeMar DeRozan a lot. I think I'm worried about any player on an expiring contract because we'll just keep going through the same thing over and over and again. You want to, and I understand you need like guys like that, and there's certain guys that you want to win over. Like if DeMar DeRozan came here and the team was successful, we can even go conference finals successful. Is DeMar like, yo, I love Sacramento. I'm gonna stay here. Like DeMar is 34 years old. He'll have the ability to sign wherever he wants to.
Mhm.
Is he going to pick Sacramento? I know he's a California dude,
Yeah.
but last I checked, there are 2 teams in Los Angeles,
Right. But if they're not giving him an opportunity,
and that could be it.
yeah. I think if DeMar came to Sacramento and they had a year like they had this year, or maybe they advance next year or something like that, I think you'd be able to keep him if you wanted him around.
But then again, too, and okay, great. But he's all at the time he'd be 34,
Mhm.
and is he? What is he? Is he still contributing at a high level at 34? Is he a veteran presence at 34? So you're starting 3 at 34. Is Harrison gone? Like I feel like if we could have a lot of you could have this exact conversation with a number of different players, but in DeMar's case, I think about his age and his kind of the same thing. His age, his years ahead. I feel like this team is still in a position where you could probably. Maybe you hope to find one more guy who can grow with this group. Like one more guy who can kind of step in. I know we use the example of Jay Will and Mike Bibby with Tyrese and Domas. But, I think you're still looking for that one more guy to fit in and grow with the squad. DeMar feels like I don't want to call like a luxury player. Like, hey, if we can land DeMar, that would be great because we can land DeMar for a year. Maybe he's around for a year or 2.
Mhm.
I think the next, like, if there's a move to be made, you want something more in the range of 3 years, 2 or 3 years, rather than 1. Maybe we could get 2 out of him.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I think obviously you'd go into that thinking that if it worked, you'd be able to re-sign him for a couple years or something like that. So I think if Monty or any of these guys decided to make that move, they'd be like, yeah, I'm pretty confident we can bring him back. We'd have a good inside track. So that is a concern though. The thing I was trying to look at
because it's a trade too. Like if the trade's right, like I don't care.
Rashawn.
That's the exact. I think Rashawn fits in Chicago. I want Rashawn to land in a good spot. Like I feel like Rashawn could work in Chicago.
Absolutely.
Especially with Vucevic probably gone.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it seems like. I don't know, man. DeMar might, especially when you talk about a trade, which means, let me see how much he makes. You still have money to work with. I don't know. The one thing I was looking at and I was trying to figure out, and it just doesn't match up, is what if DeMar got into that Harrison Barnes role? But Harrison, he shoots the 3-ball better, and he shoots the 3-ball more than DeMar DeRozan. So I don't think that would work.
28.6 next year.
It feels like, I mean, I don't know the 70-80% or whatever, but that seems like it would fit with Rashawn.
Well, no, it's 28.6 next year.
The 1
so,
year. I'm
you'd have to
years
find,
Rashawn.
there'd have to be something somewhere else
That's a lot of money
to bring that number up.
Yeah. See, I was really thinking, I'm really trying to find a way to make it fit. I was trying to say maybe he could play that Harrison role, but it doesn't match up.
I got you.
It doesn't match up.
I like just asking.
No, I like DeMar. I like DeMar.
I do too.
So
I do too.
I think he'd be great for the
team. It's funny. It's just such a different conversation surrounding him this year because of the success of the team. Like the team was so successful. I mean, they overachieved, the year prior, and this year kind of didn't. Right. And like the fringe, like MVP conversations with DeMar DeRozan
in the first half of the season last year. Absolutely,
mid-range city all over the place. I think he dropped 40 like 4 times in a row or something ridiculous.
Crazy. He was going crazy.
This was just a year ago.
Now a lot of that had to do, I think, with the injuries, losing Lonzo, losing Caruso.
Absolutely,
I think Zach LaVine might have gotten hurt too during that time. So. They there was a little luster off, and they had to deal with some injuries, and they got to the play-in. They got to that spot, and weren't able to bring it on home. But Who'd they beat in that first game? They beat
You talking about this year or last year?
Toronto this year
Oh,
because DeMar's daughter was
DeMar's daughter was wilding.
was distracting Toronto.
DeMar's daughter was wilding. Zach LaVine played 77 games this season.
I agree with that train of thought of people in
thought it was
Chicago. Like I didn't know he played that many games.
Yeah,
But yeah, Zach
24.8.
Zach, you put something around. Zach.
Calm down a little bit. He's 27 years old. Like, wait a minute. The hell are we doing? Talking about trading for Zach LaVine.
Yeah, no, you that's damn near like saying let's trade for Devin Booker.
Yeah. Well, Devin Booker need to trade his attitude.
Booker. Yeah, bad day for Booker.
Yeah, not a good stretch here for Devin Booker at all. Unrelated note, he'll be on Draymond Green's podcast. That's not true. That's not true. The book show coming out. Anywhere you get
bad
podcasts
job
from.
by Devin Booker, man.
Not good, man. But we talk about narratives. We talk about conversations. Devin Booker, some dumbass on the radio said like 2 days ago, Devin Booker was having a moment. Devin Booker's having a moment. It's not a good one. It's not a good one.
Oh man, we Belo and JC in Phoenix. They
not good.
They got to light up.
Not good. But it took that quick. That quick. Everything shifted. Jayson Tatum was 4 minutes away from the worst offseason of his professional career. Jayson Tatum was 4 minutes away from getting eviscerated on ESPN, on Fox Sports, all of Boston.
Yeah.
And instead, 4 minutes later, he's able to go on television and say, as one of the best players in the world.
Basically said, I'm Jayson Tatum.
Pretty much. And you know what? He's right.
He's right.
He's 100% right.
He is right.
But it's crazy how different. 3 threes later, how different the conversation is about Jayson Tatum.
Yep.
Dude still had a horrible shooting night. Still had, by every measurement of a Jayson Tatum game, a bad game.
Right. What did he finish with? He finished with like 19 or something?
Was it that many?
I think it was 17 because he had 16 and might have been 19.
How about I just look at the box score that's directly in
first
front of
half,
me?
I thought.
19,
free throw.
19 points on 5 of 21 shooting. You could do the math yourself. He was 4 of 11 from 3.
Man.
He hit 3 threes in the final 4 minutes.
He hit 4, I thought.
Did he hit 4?
All 4 were in the fourth quarter. Well, you said final 3 minutes. All 4 threes were in the fourth quarter, though.
Okay.
So he started off 4. I can't even.
9 rebounds, 6 assists.
You know, one of the things I do like about Jayson Tatum is, and Jesse maybe tell me if I'm wrong, but he still plays. I remember when he was struggling in that first half. Yeah, he still had that big block.
Yeah, he still
Tobias, and Tobias was awful. Jeez.
I tweeted it yesterday. He was awful shooting the ball, but he still does so much else to help impact winning. Like he was playing defense, he was getting boards, he was passing the ball well, again, racking up assists. Like he was doing everything that game, but hitting baskets.
I also think once the relief, it's almost, I don't even know that there was any euphoria in that victory last night, as much as it just was relief. You know, like
Rob
Pop
Williams
said,
is hype.
you lived it. Well, Rob Williams always hype. But someone needs to pull Al Horford aside and say, sir,
okay, you live to fight another.
If we're winning game 7, gonna need you to not do this anymore. Al Horford
live to fight another day. Now make it worse.
Now actually fight. Like put your fist up.
Yeah.
Like
you think the Sixers got a chance?
Of course they do.
I don't know. But
they got a chance.
They got a chance. But you talk about how they walked off that court.
Well, ask me if I think they're winning. And the answer is no. But do they have a chance? Of course they do. Maybe they'll surprise me. They looked like the series ended. Like the buzzer hadn't even gone off. And they looked like the series
They were
ended.
down by 8 with 2 minutes left. And they did that play where, like we were talking about earlier before the show, where Harden misses the layup and Embiid kind of they kind of throw their hands down like it's over. But there was 2 minutes. They still had plenty of time.
Yeah.
Then this is where because I agree with you. We talked about it. Is this a must win or whatever? No, not for the Lakers, not for the Heat. But these moments, these losses, when you have a chance to put it away, tend to give you the body language of the Sixers. It's never, no, we're good. Like, we lost, had a chance, go to game 7, we're good.
Never.
They always look like they
Yep.
looked last night in Philadelphia.
Yep.
I mean, just think back, and we saw how it ended, unfortunately. But think about the mass hysteria that was going on. Bonte is right. He called me after game 6. He's like, bro, I think it's over. I think it's over. Like, they didn't figure it out. It's over. Like, I know I came on and said, no, keep your head up. Like, it's not a must win for you because you can still win the series. Maybe it's just one of those things in the moment. In the moment, you feel like it's over.
Well,
that was our opportunity.
The
Especially losing at home.
That's the thing. Like, I didn't feel like the Warriors had this look on their face after game 6. Fans might have felt a certain way. I didn't think the Warriors look. I mean, there's a great shot of them on the bench, like being slumped over because the game was, out of control and the subs were in. But they, Jesse was like, they stopped moving on the court.
They were all
like,
saying,
I think Mark was even like, Doc's telling them to foul. They didn't foul. They're just like, nah, just let the clock expire.
I don't think they're on the same page either because they were all kind of saying different things after the game too.
Yeah, that's not a sign. I think we'll know in the first 6 or 7 minutes
if they ready to fight or not.
Yeah, I think we'll know. We'll come back. Our 1320 Kings insider. I don't know why I had trouble saying James Ham right there, but maybe because it's Friday. Pilo's here. They got balloons going up on the outside. I don't know what it is, but I know James Ham joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
To the vending machine.
Man, not having my juices, messing with my head.
You might need to get it.
Yeah. So the whipped cream story.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch the feed.
So the lady comes to me and says, "Hey, we got all these, all of the bottles of whipped cream up here for you." Like, yeah, all right. What's the whipped cream game that you're referring to? She goes, well, this radio host, who I will not name, he goes around and he puts whipped cream on the girls' chests and everybody like licks it off. Like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Kind of attitude era shit is that?
Like, I'm absolutely like cool. Like, we'll hand out. Like, I'm not doing that. So whatever, like, y'all want to do, we can hand them out and they can participate. I'm not going to do that. This is an 18 and over. I'm just not. No way. Nah, I'm good. Never went to that club again. This is just not my bag, man. Bruh. The shit that used to go on at these places, like, what was that thing they used to do? The erotic zone ball? Bruh, this
early 2000s sounds like it was its own thing.
It was like no consequences. It was ridiculous. But yeah, that club life. This lady said the whipped cream game. Ma'am, I don't play games. This was a grown-ass woman, too. This wasn't like a teenager running. Like, this was a woman probably in her 40s. All the whipped cream is up there. Cool. Get some pies, because ain't me. Ain't me. Man, there was just naked people all over those things. Sean, bruh, I don't say this because they are family down the hall. No one gave a shit about that radio station until that lady died. Like, no one knew of them. No one listened to them. So Jesse looked at me crazy. He doesn't know this story. The End, which used to be 107.9, this decade, a long time ago, probably mid 2010s, maybe 2000, somewhere around there, held a contest called Hold Your Wee for a Wee. And a doctor called them, and they put this doctor on the end. The doctor's like, you guys might want to like leave this alone. Like people, like you could kill someone with this. Like it's not safe. And they laughed it off. Well, someone died doing it. And I swear on everything, the station went to number one.
What?
No one knew. Like they got all of this. They because they killed, like someone died. So the news was covering it. I don't know if people knew of the station, had never heard of the state. I don't know what, but all of a sudden, everybody knew that 107.9 The End existed, and they became the top station in the market.
That's crazy.
So sort of.
That's
Because of
crazy.
all of that, they didn't renew the license. Like I think the FCC wouldn't allow them to renew the license for 107.9. So they got a new one for 106.5.
That's insane.
It's wild. Absolutely wild. Because for years it was, at the time, Rob, Arnie, and Don at 98 Rock, and then us at KSFM. Those were the top two morning shows. And then here comes the end.
Well, that was different than the whipped cream story I was thinking.
Well, the whipped cream stuff. Well, it's just radio. It used to be a different world, man. Not for the better either. Not for the better.
How about just be caller 107?
Well, there's that.
Just do that.
there's that. Or do like we do. Caller number 3. I'm not gonna make Jesse count to 107. We did used to have to count to 102. Hello, you're caller number 1. You're caller number 2. Do that to give you tickets to Six Flags.
Six Flags.
And then finally someone said, this is stupid. Let's do caller 25.
You literally had to wait like 102 people to call?
You had to yeah, because we would have a phone bank with 5 lines on it. Caller number 1, 2, and you would do it all the way to 102. And you had to record it. It had to be legitimate, because there are strict rules when you do a contest. So you'd have to record that you're doing it. So there's no, like, your friends aren't calling. There's no, your caller 1, your caller 10, your caller 20, your call. Like, if you say your caller 102 wins it has to be caller 102. And you have to document and record it and do all of that stuff. At least when I was there, that's what you had to do.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was obnoxious. And you hope that when you get to 102, that you tell someone, hey, you just won front row tickets to see Ludacris, that they'll be excited because you want to put it on the air. You want to record it and you want to put it on the air. You don't want, you just won front row tickets to see Destiny's Child. Oh, cool. Word. Because you can't put that on the air. Like, you can't do anything with it.
Oh man, y'all gotta be excited.
We got to learn how to work this Vox Pro over here to my left.
Damn, we gotta go 102 too.
Hopefully, I hope that. I don't think that's.
I don't think I ever won anything from 102. I won something from 103, and I won something from people down south.
Oh, what'd you win down south?
This was when Frank Red was on there.
Oh, okay.
And I won like N1 mixtape VHS.
Checks out a VHS, man. Wow.
It was like volume 2. It wasn't out yet. Like, it came out maybe like 2 weeks later. But he's like, I got like 5 of them. Call in. I want to sit.
Frank Red. Shout out to the homie.
Shout out
Frank
to Frank Red, man.
Indeed. James Ham said to join us at the top of the hour. Oh, you asked. We were talking about the Knicks earlier. Did you see who's officiating?
Oh man, why are they doing that to my boys?
Scott Foster is on the case tonight. The Heat have lost 10 straight games.
Oh, it's the Heat. I thought I read it as the Knicks had lost 10.
No, I think it's the Heat.
Oh,
that
my
have
boy,
lost
Scott
10
Foster.
The Heat have lost 10 straight games officiated by Foster.
Wow. You know, Scott Foster is just bad news all the way around. Ironically enough, he has done the exact opposite of what everybody's thought all playoffs. He gave the Suns a win. I think he was here. Well, we weren't clear about what that meant, but he was here for Game 7, Kings and Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I think Warrior fans were upset about that. Well, they're upset about everything all the
They're
time.
literally,
But they thought,
they're
oh,
upset about stuff that has never happened.
oh, the NBA coming in here bringing in the fixer. What the hell? What are you talking about?
The fixer. Again, it's the whole thing that you think the NBA was against you? Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors?
I saw
That's a tough take.
I think it was game 1. Warriors-Lakers was the highest rated semifinal game of all time. It was like 7.8 or something like that.
Oh, I'll retweet this for you.
Uh-oh.
Highlights of the last time the Heat and Knicks had a game 6.
Let me see if I can remember it off the top of my head. LeBron,
This will be absolutely weird.
LeBron
if you do.
and Carmelo, they didn't go to 6. I think they went to 5.
Correct.
Game 6. Did Anthony Carter hit some big time shots?
Bro, I don't know. I'm looking at a highlight reel right now.
I think it was Anthony. No, that might have been a
Patrick Ewing is here. I can't even tell what year this is.
Might be the Anthony Carter time, bro. I'm telling you. Because I remember Anthony Carter hit like some baseline over the backboard type shots. Look at Allen Houston.
Here's Larry Johnson.
Spree.
Yeah, they all out there. This will be fun tonight.
It will be fun.
This will be fun.
It's going to be some good stuff.
I don't know what the hell I'm going to do tomorrow. You kind of shook me with there's no basketball tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Republic play tomorrow evening.
All right, so we got the early court work for King James ahead of Game 6. When was this posted? This was posted 5 minutes ago. I can't tell if this is shoot around or just a handful of minutes ago, but I wasn't able to see what LeBron walked into the arena in.
LeBron,
that's all this boils down to.
I think this playoffs. Oh no, he missed the shot. I'm about to say there he was, Anthony Carter taking the shot. He missed it though. But LeBron, I saw a video where he gets to the arena like, what is it, 2:54? He been at the arena according to the video. Like he got there like 1:30 for Game 4. It was like going through workouts and had a.
Do you think he takes a nap in the back?
He has.
What do you do?
He like the video. I think it was on the NBA's Instagram page, but he had a full shooting session. Then he had like a full weight room session.
Okay.
And then maybe he took a nap and got ready for the game. This guy put in a full day's work before he had to play Game 4 of the playoffs.
Oh, that's what he does.
Mm.
But he has to get redressed to walk in.
No, that is true. LeBron leave out of a back entrance. Leave out of a back entrance and then just walk around the arena.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be.
That's a good point. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I would think he probably did some similar type workout during the regular season, and we would still see him walk into the arena.
I also wonder, I don't know, is LeBron in the Hollywood Hills? Like, I don't know how close to Staples Center he lives because I know
you ain't going home.
Because Kobe's thing was, he always lived far.
Mm-hmm.
He'd stay, like he had like something set up with one of the.
He was in the Ritz-Carlton, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had something set up where he'd just stay there every.
I'm sure LeBron got that.
Yeah,
he got to. That reminds me. One time I was going to LA to go see Errol Spence versus Sean Porter, and me and Jazz, we watched the fights, right? So I was like, Jazz, I'm going to see the fight. You want to go? I had to ask her because we always watch the fight, boxing, our thing. She's like, I'm not really sure. She's like, where are you staying? I was like, I'm staying at the Ritz-Carlton right there by Staples.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, oh, Ritz-Carlton, I'm down. So she perked up when it's at the Ritz-Carlton. Then we're driving in or whatever. And I pull out the reservations. I was like, did I say Ritz-Carlton? I meant to say JW.
Oh, what is that?
I really forgot on accident. Because the JW is the one that's connected in the same building.
The funny
the whole trip she was just looking at the two separate elevators. She's like,
the funny
I gotta
thing,
go to this elevator.
The funny thing about that is that's the most used story like imaginable. Like because I can picture Jazz getting like super excited, like, oh, Ritz-Carlton, great. And then you get there and just nonchalantly, oh, it's the JW Marriott. That's my bad. Like you literally ruined the whole evening. My bad.
Now,
sorry.
Now, to be perfectly fair, the LA Live JW Marriott is still very nice.
Is it the Ritz-Carlton?
No.
Okay. Bro, Jazz got scammed, bro. Like Jazz got hoodwinked.
She went to a big time boxing event,
which she was willing to not go to until you said you're staying at the Ritz-Carlton.
Be doing nothing here. Take a ride with me. Let's go. We had some really nice seats too. They were like, it was on the suite level, but it wasn't suite. We weren't in a suite. It was like really nice. If I ever go back to crypto, that's where I'm getting seats for everything.
Okay.
The aisleways and the concession, like it's a completely different thing. It's like at Golden One where the suite level is like you got your own concessions, all that other stuff. That's where we were at.
I can't get up there.
You absolutely can. I wasn't in a suite at crypto though. It was just they have some seating area, and that's where I was at.
Very nice.
But yeah,
I don't like.
Sorry, Jazz.
I don't like crypto. Staples. It's really, because there's so many suite levels.
Yeah.
And
it's really high up.
It's a really, even though I don't want to walk to the top of the Golden One Center, it's not that bad.
Right.
Like the top of crypto is like,
It's
dude, why are you here?
Right.
Just go watch outside. Just go next. Like, why are you even in this building?
Yeah, it's up there.
I remember they gave me Grammy tickets up there. I was like, you can't, no. Just go home and watch. That complaining got me better tickets. But.
Would you have gone up there if Janelle Monáe was performing?
Performing like she did on Instagram? Yeah, I would have.
Oh,
I did see Beyonce and Prince open the show, so that was.
Come on now, come on.
It was worth it.
I'd be in the rafters to see Beyonce.
I'd be anywhere in the building for that.
Yeah.
No doubt. I may or may have not been watching TikTok videos of Beyonce's tour, just counting down to August.
I saw. I still don't have a ticket. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
Someone put out
is she gonna be out there the same? Nah, because she's using Allegiant Stadium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Niners and the Raiders play in the preseason.
Now
she's like, is that the same weekend?
But she's there the 26th and 27th.
Beyonce is making the Niners and Raiders play at T-Mobile. They have been moved to T-Mobile.
Yeah.
Beyonce's taking over.
Who got Janet? Janet had to perform Friday. The NBA would have been, oh, sorry, Beyonce. We'll just play the game on Tuesday. It's like, sorry, guys. We'll play Tuesday. No problem.
Right.
No problem. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. After 3 hours of juvenile behavior, we bring the adult into the room.
Oy vey.
Our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. Hammer, what's happening, man?
Not a whole lot. Just got done podcasting with the boys, and I'm ready for summer. What
do you think about the ass whooping that the Suns got last night, and the fact that Devin Booker has spent a couple of days pouting and not doing his media obligations and all the fallout from that?
Yikes. I think that whole entire situation is a mess. And you made a big move thinking that will put you over the top and hide all the warts. But like the Ayton, Monty Williams situation has been an issue for a while. Like everything about the way that they flame out, Chris Paul getting hurt once again, like he does every single time. It's big time. So yeah, I mean, that's a mess. And like, look, that could be a team that takes a substantial step backwards going forward, that extended themselves greatly to go get Durant. And now you're in a situation where, who knows what's going to happen with Chris Paul? Who knows what's going to happen if your coach is going to survive, if your center is going to still be on the roster. Yeah, that's eesh. No bueno.
So I will ask this, though, to everybody involved. we don't have any revisionist history with this, right? Or maybe you guys said something at the time, but that was still the move to make, right?
The
Trading
KD
for
move?
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I get why you do it. And I'll give him the benefit of the doubt in this regard, James. Maybe you made the acquisition like, all right, we did it. Okay, we know there's more to do. Let's see what we can get this season. But we know that there's more to do. This offseason will tell me a lot about whether that was the right move or not. I get why you rolled the dice on Kevin Durant, but man, you gave up a lot to do it.
And I asked this, and James, I want to hear what you got to say too, because I think that team was I don't know if the outcome would have been any different if they didn't make the trade. Like, I didn't think that team had a championship ceiling anymore.
It's hard to say because, sorry, James, you don't want to take away from what Denver did.
No, not at all, not at all. But they were at the end of their short, the rope that they had before, and I thought they had to make that move if it was available.
I'm not sure what their ceiling was before. I really, really like Mikal Bridges. I think Cam Johnson's a good young player. And on top of that, how many first round picks did you give up? And you lost Jay Crowder in the deal. Like that was just, it's tough. I mean, you're literally pushing all in, and like you didn't have a guaranteed, like you didn't have a full house. You didn't have like a straight flush. Like you went all in with like 2 pair, and it was like, it's a rough, like, man, especially like the 2 young forwards that they gave up. That could have been a really good build after, Chris Paul is gone. And that could happen as soon as this summer. I mean, he's on a non-guaranteed contract for next year. I think there's like 10 million guaranteed or something. They may have to. Oh, it's 15. Yeah, they may have to.
Could happen in the next month.
Oof. Yeah, they may have to pay it though. They may have to keep him just because you went all in. You're pot committed on this team with Durant on it, and you just gave up 2 really good young forwards. I think if you could have done that deal any other way without giving up both of those forwards, I would have been comfortable with it. But now I think you really put yourself in a weird situation where you've got to get like really high value for Ayton. And I'm not sure that that's out there either. Like you paid him a bunch of money, and I don't think there's a bunch of teams clamoring for him at that rate.
I think there is. I disagree with you in that regard. I think DeAndre Ayton is going to have suitors, not a ton of them. And I don't know what the return is going to look like, but I think there's going to be at least a handful of teams that are really going to want DeAndre Ayton. But it'll be an interesting storyline to follow. Do you before we get to, the Kings and the Kings beat what you guys talked about today, do you think at any chance, because there's been a lot talked about with DeAndre Ayton and Monty Williams, do you think there's any chance that they choose Monty Williams over they choose DeAndre Ayton over Monty Williams?
I think that they could choose to go away from both of them.
Okay.
So not just one, but both. Like sometimes that's the way you got to do it. You don't want to put the blame on one guy or the other. You just have to go. It's time to go clean slate. Like I think we've talked about this a couple of times. This is a summer where I think that there's going to be like a handful of teams that like they really, really think about shaking up their star level player roster. So again, we've talked about this with Trae Young. Luka Doncic is really tough to move on from if you're the Dallas Mavericks, but could you see Kyrie Irving like taking a budget deal to go to play in Phoenix and take over for Chris Paul? Maybe. Like, and then I think that players like Cat, players like John Collins, like I think that there could be players like Zion Williamson. There could be like musical chairs all over the place where teams are swapping these big time players, these big money players, and like just trying to reset because it's not working. And you can't just keep banging your head against the same wall thinking that it's going to change.
What would you do, James? I wouldn't be so quick to move on from Ayton. I know there's chemistry issues, and you don't know if him and Monty Williams can get along. I'd say, guys, we gotta try something here. You're a good coach. You're a really good young center in this league. Because my whole thought was, if you move Ayton, you're not going to get another wing or a shooting guard. You got that covered. you're going to be looking for another inside presence that's going to give you 16 and 9, which is what Aiden's already given you. I would try to make that work possibly. How would you handle it?
Yeah, I'm not sure that you're looking for the same type of player. So, would it I think that there are like some places where Ayton makes a lot of sense, but also say like Chris Paul helped make DeAndre Ayton, and he makes him into a player that he can use. And that doesn't mean that everyone else can use that type of player. I've never been super impressed with Ayton. His jumper's gotten way better. He does have some skills where when he came into the league, he didn't know how to set a screen at all. There were so many holes in his game. All he had was like go do a pin down in the middle of the key, put your hand up and have someone throw it over the top to you. He had no true post up move. I think he's gotten a little bit better at some of those things, but there's still like some holes in his game that like make me think that he's a guy that really is reliant on a passer like Chris Paul to make things work. Could that work somewhere else? Could you move him to, a team like the Pacers who have which isn't that who was interested before in him?
So he signed an offer sheet with, I think.
Yeah. But like he makes a ton of sense with Tyrese Halliburton because that's kind of what Chris Paul is. I'll go back to like I think the biggest mistake that the Phoenix Suns ever did was why did they not just draft Tyrese Halliburton at number 10 a couple of years ago instead of Jalen Smith? And that would have set them up to be star-studded for a long time. He would have learned under Chris Paul. He would have been their third guard. And then when Chris Paul was gone, it would have been him and Devin Booker, and that would have made so much sense.
The backcourt wouldn't have been big enough for the both of them, and then you would have got Domantas Sabonis in Phoenix.
There you go.
Just set off the chain of terrible events, James. Knock it off.
There it is.
You mentioned on Wednesday the piece that you were working on regarding Trey Lyles. I really enjoyed that. I just loved hearing the Trey Lyles story about, the De'Aaron Foxx story he tells about being invited to his birthday party. And I thought you made a compelling case, both in the article and on the show, about how Trey Lyles, Sasha, Harrison, how and even a potential mid-level exception all fit financially. What we've just struggled to figure out is practically. And it seems like if Sasha does come over, and I know like so many Kings fans are excited to talk about Sasha, but if he does come over and Trey Lyles does stay, it feels like Mike would almost have to really commit, barring maybe a handful of games during the season, to that small ball 5 idea with Trey Lyles playing predominantly the backup 5.
Yeah, because the problem you have is like I don't think Sasha or Lyles, either one of them, can even buy you a couple of minutes at the 3. I don't think they can. And so you have to find a spot for those guys. I kind of like the idea of using Trey Lyles as a small ball 5 all season long and just like having that be his natural position with this team. I think he's strong, he's big, he's broad through the shoulders, he knows how to rebound, he's a good passer, he's a smart player, he can hit the 3 ball. There are a lot of things that Trey Lyles does that I think are really, like he brings a lot to the table. And the fact that he can shift over and play next to Sabonis is actually a really nice like continuity piece as well. But number one, you're going to have a big backup behind those guys. And whether that's Rashawn Holmes because you can't move him, or it's Neemias Queta if they have the faith in him. Like you need someone else big because you're going to run up against teams where like there's nothing you can do. Sabonis is going to be in foul trouble and you need someone big to defend a Jokic or an Embiid or someone like that. So I just think it's really difficult to see how Monty pieces together an entire roster if he commits to Sasha, if he commits to Trey, if he commits to Harrison Barnes. You still don't have the rim protection. You still don't have the athleticism. You still don't have like the big time rebounder that you can bring in off the bench that can change things. And that's a problem. Athleticism and length is something this team desperately needs at the 3 and the 4. And that's not something that you're going to get out of Sasha. It's not something you're going to get out of Trey or Harrison. And even to a certain extent, you're not getting it out of Keegan Murray either. So like, what else are you going to do? And how else are you going to fit them all in with the minutes if this is what you're bringing back? So one of those four, I think, can't be there like moving forward if you're going to try to do something different than what you were this last year.
I agree with you 100%. And I'm not saying this guy is the answer to all that, but I feel like we kind of overlook him a little bit. But what do you think the Kings think about Kessler Edwards when you talk about a guy like you just described, athletic, big wing defender? Do you think they looked at that as, we played him because he was the best we had at the time and we're looking to improve? Or do they look at him as somebody they could develop?
Yeah, I would say this, Casey, like any other year of my 12 years covering this team, Kessler Edwards is going to get a really solid look next season. Any other year, because you had teams that weren't very good, and you had teams that had holes, and you had teams that like had instability at specific positions, and a guy like that could find his way into the rotation. I'm not saying that Kessler Edwards can't find his way into the rotation, because there's a possibility that he spends the entire offseason in Sacramento. He gets bigger, he gets stronger. He shows them what he can do. His 3-point shot improves. All of these things happen for him. That's totally possible. But when you're a team who won 48 games and were the 3 seed, and you now have aspirations to be the 3 seed or higher next season and to win 52 or 55 games next season, like you have to have people who not only can fill a role, but that are like reliable, like known quantities. And that's what I would say his problem is. He's not, you don't know what you're getting from him on a nightly basis. And like we could talk about who else you could bring in for that position, and whether like Cam Reddish is reliable, or Matisse Thybulle, or Kelly Oubre, like all of these other options. The thing that they have that Kessler doesn't is a track record. And so it's just, that's going to be the difference. When you're a good team, you need good experienced players that not only fit a need, but have proven that they can actually play.
I forgot Cam Reddish.
I was terrified we were going to go a day without referencing
that.
Cam Reddish. Thank goodness here with 40 some odd minutes left in the show.
Take a flyer.
It's close. Close. We almost blew the streak of bringing up Cam Reddish on this show. Shout out to Hammer for making sure we reference that. KC is of the belief that, and I know you're just now starting this process, but you obviously know about the depth of this draft. KC is of the belief that when you talk about impact players, that impact player might come from the draft. Like you might be able to find someone there even as late as 24 who could be really beneficial for this squad.
Sure. I mean, that's always a possibility. Like most of the time, the 24th pick in the NBA draft is either one of these players that exactly who they are, or they're like total flyers, right? That you're taking on somebody that could have tremendous upside. I don't ever bank on someone from from 20 to 30, or even from like 15 to 30, like being able to jump in and play rotational minutes in year one. And the Kings might not need that for sure. They might not need that at all, because they already know, like most of these positions that they have, they probably already have a really good idea of who they want to spend their free agent money on, whether Harrison Barnes will be back, all of these things. They already have it laid out. But like this is a spot where historically you can find like a Herb Jones, or you can find somebody, even like OG Anunoby was coming off a knee injury. That's why he fell to, I think, 23. Like these are types of players that you might be able to find at that spot where they might not have in Anunoby's like people knew that he could be a really good defender, but the problem he had was he had just torn an ACL like in March and somehow made it back to play in the regular season as a rookie. But with guys like Herb Jones, they're kind of flyers that you're like, okay, we have no idea what's going to happen when you put them on a pro floor, and then they're way better than you thought. And then like to flip it around, we talked about this a little bit the other day. Like the reverse is, can you take that 24th pick, and is there a team out there that has a nice player at the, maybe the $10 million, $11 million range where you can match up salaries with Rashawn Holmes, or maybe they've got a player at the $6 million range that they would do a straight swap, where you might be able to go out and buy like the 7th or 8th or 9th man in your rotation. and with the 24th pick, where you're getting instant, like a player who's 24 and already knows who he is as an NBA player, and can step in and help you in year one, where another team might be looking to, take a step back and reboot a little bit.
Yeah. No, I understand all that, and all the options intrigue me. I think there's urgency with this particular draft pick, but I don't know if there's pressure like there has been in the past, and that's a great thing. Like in the past, when because they're in the lottery and they hadn't put together a team that could be a postseason team, it was like, yo, you have to find this game changer. Now you can find a good rotational guy. Like, it doesn't have to be a foundational piece that you're getting in the draft in either round, first or the second round. That would allow me, if I was them, and who knows how they're thinking about it, I would look to take a flyer at some point. Like, I look at a guy like, and I see it varies whether it's mid first round, mid second round. But if somebody like Amani Bates was available, this is a guy that was a consensus number one player in the country 3 years ago. I would take a flyer on him and see if, maybe it just hasn't been a lot of good situations, get him here and try to develop him. But you have that luxury now, right? Like, there isn't the same pressure, I should say, as saying, like, whoever we draft, they have to play 18 to 23 minutes as a rookie, else we're behind the 8 ball. They don't have that pressure.
Yeah, and you know what? I think if you look at the draft picks that the Kings have taken during the Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox era, and I've had conversations with them, they like to draft players that they know who they are. Like, they are not in the speculative game, right? They're not looking at players and saying, okay, he could be like a floor of out of the NBA in 2 years and a ceiling as superstar. They've always taken a more cautious approach, and like, what is it that I know about these players, and like, will it translate? Hopefully it does, but like, they go with more mature players. They go with players who have defined games, defined roles. I'll even point to a guy like Keon Ellis. Like, when you go and you pick Keon Ellis up, as soon as the draft ended, the Kings went and signed Keon Ellis. Like, the second it ended, Keon Ellis is straight up a 3-and-D2, and a guy who has played that role his entire life. Like, that is who he is. There is no variable for what he can be. He's always going to be a role player. He might be, like, there are varying degrees on how good he can be, but that he's going to be able to hit the 3-point shot, and he's going to be able to stay in front of smaller guards without any problem. And so those are things where you can look at the Kings. They go and they sign a kid who was a 4-year college player. They know exactly what they're getting. They're getting a player who not only is going to be asked to play a specific role at the G League level, but that's the same role he played with his college team. So there is no like transferring of like how is this going to translate type stuff. This is who he is. He's going to step in and play. And so I think that that's something that we've seen time and time again with these guys, even though it's been a short stint here, like 3 drafts with them, but they go for what they know.
What is happening with Keon Ellis next year?
I forgot about Keon Ellis.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting because both Keon and Nemi are they're restricted free agents. So they have qualifying offers, but the qualifying offers are for 2-way contracts. It's a little complicated, but I think it really does depend. Like, I've talked to people who, like around Stockton, and they said like Neemias Queta could not have done more to help himself. Like, Neemias Queta finished all G League defensive team. He was second in MVP balloting. He was on the all league. He was first team all league G League. Like, this is a kid who like took the criticism and stuck down in the G League and developed and became exactly what you wanted him to become. Now, whether that's good enough to be an NBA regular, we still don't know that. And so like the Kings, they've got some invested in here. They clearly love what he accomplished at the G League level. His coaches at the G League level love him. and are like, you guys need to sign this kid. But I think it's going to really come down to, even with both of these players, like, how do they fit in the grand scheme of the roster? And if Kata can't get on the court and can't be that third center for you, or even second center for you, then you really have to start looking at other options. Like, are you better going out and chasing a veteran center that understands the role and isn't going to be like mistake prone and stuff like that? Or can you get away with it, like having Trey Lyles there as like a small ball 5, and then Kata there as well, and there, he's not going to play that much except for in specific situations as he's grooming to maybe be a player next year or the year after. So, and you asked me about Keon. I think Keon's in the same situation. I mean, you got Malik Monk, you got Kevin Huerter at the 2. I think that they need his athleticism and length as a defender and his shooting ability. But the fact that he can't play the 1 really does hurt Keon's value. And they've used him a little bit in that way. And I could see him playing alongside Malik. But, he's probably, I was told he's a little further behind than Neemias Queta is.
So, James, do you think they already know how they feel about both of those guys? I mean, is there something between now and the start of free agency that could change their minds about how they feel about those guys? One way or the other, they think they're the guys, or if they didn't like, we have to go out and get somebody. Is there anything that can be done in between that time? Do they kind of already have an idea of which way they're going to go?
No, I think you have an idea, but that doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen. Because, like, let's say you get to draft night and you pull off some 3-team trade, and all of a sudden you got an extra 7 foot tall, 22-year-old kid that's under contract for 2 years, and he's already on your team now once you make the trade. So, like, situational things happen all the time in the NBA, where, again, if you're the Kings, you're looking to shop Rashawn Holmes nonstop. Right. And that's not a dig on Rashawn. It's just like, it hasn't worked out in his time. And I would think that they believe the same thing, that the Holmes believe that it's time for him to go somewhere else. But if you find a deal where, you swing a trade where you give up the 24th pick and somehow you bring back like Zach Collins in a swap for Rashawn Holmes, all of a sudden you're looking at your situation differently. Like, do you have a guy who can play the center position? Would Nimi still fit there or not? And this can happen at any of those positions. I mean, it could happen in the backcourt as well, where, they make a move on draft night to move off of Davion Mitchell and go to someone else, like a bigger guard to play this spot or whatever. Like, things change for when that happens. A trickle down is pretty severe for guys like Keon Ellis and guys like Neemias Queta, or it can be at least.
Feels like the first Zach Collins reference. Certainly the first Zach Collins reference this offseason.
Not interested.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Zach's
he can't ever even stay healthy, though.
No, he can't. But when he has played, I thought, like the second half of the season, we're still looking at a guy, again, that's the player that the Kings could have taken in number 10 instead of trading that pick for number 15 and 20, where they took Justin Jackson and Harry Giles in the 2017. But like, he's only 25 years old, and last season in San Antonio, 11.6 points, 6.4 rebounds, 2.9 assists.
How many
and
teams has he been on?
Just 2.
Just
Portland,
Okay.
just Portland and San Antonio.
Okay.
And he played 63 games last year. So you're looking, he shot 37.4% from 3. Like, his skill set still says that he can be a quality player. And they locked him up on a 3-year, $22 million deal. So next season, they're on the hook for $7.7 million, which is, that's affordable. But again, if you look at, if San Antonio wanted an additional first round pick, and they're not committed to Collins after this next season, maybe they would take on a swap like that. And I'm not sure if they would or not, but those are the things that if you're the Kings, you've got to look at.
We'll talk more Kings basketball, including what Hammer and the crew talk about on the upcoming edition of the Kings Beat podcast. So we'll talk Kings basketball, NBA basketball with our 1320 Kings insider James Ham. When we return here on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Marvelous.
The Kings didn't get bogey in that deal. Somebody in here says the Kings got bogey in the 10 for the 15 and 20. That's not where they got bogey.
Those J Balvin threes are amazing.
No, they got bogey when they had the 9th pick and they traded back to 13th where they took Papagiannis and they got the 13, the 28, and Bogdan Bogdanovic's rights.
Yeah, I saw that.
He said, I don't mean to bother you, but if it was me, you would have been had him already.
He's such a jackass.
God is a fool. You said J Balvin. At J Balvin. I know you got me, fam. I'm not even tripping. But if it was me, you would have been had the shoes already. I'm just saying. No pressure, though.
That dude needs help.
DJ Khaled.
I'm super confused by all these people who are mentioning Drew Eubanks in the chat. Like,
Drew Eubanks.
like, I just
Drew Eubanks.
like that's a 14th, 15th man on a bad roster. That's what that is.
Where do I know
Sorry.
Drew Eubanks from? Where would he play?
He played for Portland this last year.
Yeah, I vaguely remember him.
Played for San Antonio, Portland. Yeah, I mean, he's had some years where he's okay. This last year, 6.6 points, 1.3 block, 5.4 rebounds in 20 minutes. And he shot 38.9% from three, but only on 0.2 attempts per game. I'm not there. Yeah. No, like my thoughts on Zach Collins. That's what I was just saying. Like if you were going to go out, I think Zach Collins actually fits with the Kings, and he's, for like what he was in college, he's mean. Like he's a dude with like pointy elbows and doesn't mind throwing them. And if he
Maybe
could
that's
ever
why I
stay
don't like
healthy.
him.
What's that?
So maybe that's why I don't like him, because I don't really like playing against him.
You wouldn't like playing against him, like a dude like that?
You'd like to have him on your team, I guess, but I'm saying that's probably why I'm against him, because I don't like playing. I don't like when the Kings play against him.
Yeah, he's tough. Yeah. I get it. You're right. Yeah, we're used to scouring the end of teams' benches. You're right. The game 916. You should not, like, Drew Eubanks would not make the Sacramento Kings roster. Like
TJ just came in and just said, hell no to Trace Jackson Davis. I don't know who was asking for him, but TJ said, don't even think about it.
We could have been talking to each other.
He came out of nowhere. I scrolled up. I was like,
Oh.
what?
Well, he just really wants us to know then.
Appreciate it, TJ.
Yeah. I don't know. Like the Kings have like plenty of things that they can do here to make their team better. Somebody asked how many firsts would it take to get OG? That's a difficult question, Thomas, because OG can opt out next season. So that's going to hurt his value.
Michigan Wolverines, I have never been to the big house. Hopefully one day. I don't know when it's going to happen, but hopefully one day.
If you'd like to sponsor our trip to Ann Arbor, Michigan, contact Rich Ripley. I want to see that. Okay.
Thanksgiving going to be crazy this year. I got to deal with Niners Seahawks. Then 2 days later, Michigan Ohio State. Oh, baby. That's going to be around Ryan's first birthday, too. I think it's a Sunday next year. Sunday the 26th, which means the party will be on Saturday, probably.
Coming back, James. $13.20 Kings insider James Ham here with us. Hammer, you mentioned when you joined us, you're fresh off a pod recording that we'll post soon here. The Kings Beat, you and Sean Cunningham, Brendan Nunez. What did you guys talk about today? Give us a little preview of the pod.
Yeah, I mean, I think we spent a lot of time on the De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis All-NBA selections, and just sort of like how unique that was, but also, sort of the surprises that like both Fox and Sabonis scored more points in the voting system than a guy like LeBron James, Damian Lillard. Like Fox wasn't all that far off of being a second team All-NBA player. And I thought that was really interesting. I don't know. Outside of that, we talked a lot about Rashawn Holmes and whether we think he'll be back with the team next year. Some conversation about the wild playoff games that we've been watching, whether the Warriors still have enough in them to get through, or like the greatness that is the series with the 76ers and the Celtics, and really how everyone in the league has overlooked the Denver Nuggets all season long, and they're just skating along, heading right towards an NBA championship. Whether they win
included.
That's me too.
Yeah, all of us.
We lost right over them all
That's
season.
me too.
What's your before we get back to the Kings, you mentioned Rashawn there. I want to talk about Rashawn here for a minute. But what was your opinion on last night's game with the Celtics and the 76ers? We had a pretty strong opinion on Philadelphia at the end of that game, but I think the main story in that game was Tatum was 4 minutes away from the worst offseason of his life. And 4 minutes later, he was able to start a post-game interview by saying, as one of the best players in the world, I got to go out there and get stuff done. And he did just that.
Yeah, I mean, he's always going to be like the X factor for them. He's so incredibly difficult to defend because he's so big. He's so mobile and so big. And so I was surprised how bad of a game he was having. And to be honest, he hasn't really had that great. Like, he's had a couple of solid games, but he hasn't had a spectacular playoff run there. And for him to come up big late was huge. I thought, like, that just the way that game kept going back and forth, like you thought Boston had it tied up, but that they were going to run away with it. And then to see Philadelphia come back and the momentum shifts, I don't know. I just think it's a really, really fun series to watch unfold. And like, you're watching stars become even bigger stars, Tatum and Brown. And then, of course they make all NBA first team, and they're just going to ruin the financial structure of the Boston Celtics. Like, holy cow, their extensions just went through the roof with those first team All NBA selections.
Cap's going up.
Cap's going up. Yeah, but one of those guys is extension is
going up.
$309 million extension. You're like, oh my gosh, like, yikes, that's big. Yeah.
We joke about Caps going up, but shouldn't that work that way though? Like, what's I don't know, $309 million extension right now clearly isn't the same as when they add $50 to $60 million on the cap. Like, it's in theory, it should balance out and
it does
not really affect anything, right?
It does. It's a percentage, right, James?
It's based, like a super max, like designated player, designated veteran super max is like, you can get up to 35% of the salary cap, I believe. So like and that doesn't matter what the cap is. Like, whatever the cap is, that's what he's getting. And so that's a lot. That's a lot of money. And that's what happens when you have two superstars, right? You got to pay the money. It's what's going to happen with the Kings. Come up with De'Aaron Fox, and is going to be due an extension in like 2 years, and Domantas Sabonis, of course, next summer. You're hoping to get him locked in long term. But once you have both of those guys locked in, there's going to be like a 2-year period where they're making over $100 million like combined. That's a lot of money.
We were looking at someone's extension that's coming up, and it was like an estimate because they don't have the new cap figures yet. They don't have the new, the new TV money that comes in and is going to balloon the cap up a little bit. So all of it was some outrageous contract. It was like, yeah, it's an estimate. It's about $59 million. I just can't remember whose contract it was. Just to guess, just roughly 57, 58, $59 million, somewhere around there.
A season.
Yeah, a season. Oh, yeah.
That's year one. Not where it ends up.
That's not where it ends up. Like we speculated, was it Steph?
Yeah.
We think Steph will be the first to get, like Steph will, if Steph signs an extension at the end of this, and why wouldn't he? Mm-hmm. Could probably be flirting with like $80 to $90 million in a single season.
Oh, that's nuts. I haven't even looked at that to see, like, he's already made so much money in his lifetime. Like, it just, the modern NBA player, just a standard dude can make so much, but like he's at 258 million coming into this season. And then he made 48 million this season. So he's over 300 million, and he has another 160 million on the books. So we're looking at like $460 million in his career. That's crazy. But when you consider the Sacramento Kings in 1984-85, when they're in Kansas City, they sold for $12 million. When the Jim Thomas bought the team from the Lukenbill group, that was like $164 million. And that's where we're at now. Even when Vivek bought the team, $535 million valuation in 2013.
That's great.
And now you got a player who's going to make $460 million in his career.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
And I don't know if the extensions, I think the accolades, everything matches up. It feels like if it's not Steph, it'd probably be Luka might be the first $100 million player.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably more likely to be Luka. Well, you need you need him to be Dirk, right? You need him to, like, because that's part of it. Right? Like staying with your team gets you, the added incentives for that more money. But yeah, you're absolutely right, because Luka's younger. Yeah. Steph might it might be like 80 or 90. Like Steph's probably only signing one more extension.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, he's got 3 years left on his deal. He's 35. You're looking at 38. Are you going to give him that much? Well,
yes.
You give him whatever he wants.
Yeah, you give him whatever he wants.
I guess
he gets a Kobe deal.
Yep.
But he also has a Subway deal.
He was just absolutely destroyed for that.
Yeah, I mean, he's got
Bryant taking $30 million.
Yeah, but like if I'm Steph too, I'm looking at like if he wants to be good in those last couple of years, like he's making so much money outside of the game of basketball. Like, is there an amount that you look at, you're like, I probably should just play for a couple of years if he's going to keep going, play for like a low dollar amount just to make sure that his team is functional.
Yeah.
Well, the cap's going up.
The cap's going up. Get your money. Like, hey, get your money. I get it. I go get your money. I get it. But at the same time, like if you want to be a winner and you're the guy who's eating up the salary of 7 players on the roster, maybe there is
a
time
where James a big salary, but he's doing this segment for the love of the game.
The love of the game.
The love of the game. James doesn't find that.
I got that Subway money coming in. I got that CarMax money coming in. I got that Under Armour money coming in. So we're good. We're
there
good.
You go.
Hey,
you keep it.
Not to
James
step
Ham.
on the pod
Subway
at all. You don't have to give it all away, but we didn't get a chance to talk to you about the All NBA selections, man. And I just thought it was really cool for those two guys to get that honor. And it also signified to me, James, a kind of confirmation that you have your cornerstones, like you have your pillars of this franchise, and you're not necessarily in search of that anymore. Do you agree? Do you think they still need to add, another star level player? Like go out and get one. Like if Keegan becomes one, that's different. Like Keegan is the guy that you drafted, but do they need to still go out and find another star level guy to solidify, hey, we're in the playoffs every single year? Do they have to? It would be nice, but do they have to?
Well, what's your goal? Like, if your goal is to be in the playoffs every single year, I think you got a roster that you can do that for the next 4 or 5 years. If your goal is to be a contender, then like a true contender, I think you need one more big piece. And that's not to take away from any of these other guys. I mean, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, Keegan could be that big piece, but you need someone there that can get you to that point where Keegan is that next level player. And so I would kind of look at, like, Foxx and Sabonis are all NBA, but the third team all NBA. There's a possibility they move up to second team all NBA. One of them might make it to second team all NBA. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're not all NBA players at all next season. But my point is that you're not guaranteed that either one of these guys are like all of a sudden superstars. You don't have that. You're not, the Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Chris Bosh. You might have Chris Bosh, but you don't have the LeBron James and the Dwayne Wade like tandem. So you got to keep pushing forward, because this is still going to be like a great, if you're going to be outstanding, you're going to push for titles, you need to be a team that has like 4 really, really close to like one like lead players, but your players aren't quite like a legit superstar number 1. They're like more like a 1A, but that means you need more of those guys, because you're going to go up against these teams that we're seeing right now that just have so much firepower going into the playoffs, going into their deep runs, where, again, it's James Harden and Joel Embiid, it's Jaylen Brown, and it's in Jayson Tatum. It's, I don't know what we put with Jokic, but it doesn't matter. Whoever the next best player is, he's still better than the combination of what the Kings have with Foxx and Sabonis right now. Just because that's how elite Jokic has played the last couple of years. But Booker and Durant and Steph, Clay, and all of their guys, you need to build your team with as much talent as possible. And they aren't there yet. They're a really good team. They need more to take that next step.
Yeah, James, I'll push back a little. I don't think you need 4 1A type players. You need
Yeah.
Look at the teams that you just named. Now they've got at least one top tier guy, but after that, like, it's good players to role players.
Well, I mean, the Celtics have 2 first team all NBA players.
You're the only ones like that, though.
Yeah, but well, I mean, we can't say that about 76ers. The 76ers, first of all, they have those other players, those like the Tobias Harris,
Tobias Harris.
Well, no, what I'm not saying that they're not at the level of Harden and Embiid, but they're at the top level of the Kings, like 3rd and 4th guys, like Tobias Harris is. Like, on paper and in actuality, like, who's better, Tobias Harris or Kevin Huerter? Like, we could sit here and have debates and stuff, but that's what
debate about that one. I know I like Tobias Harris, but I mean, he's exactly what we look at with Harrison Barnes right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's probably
way more
expensive. Yeah, yeah, but still, that's the type of player, like we talked about this in the past. You losing Harrison Barnes, you need 2 more, 3 more Harrison Barnes type players on this team to support the players that you have. And like, while I think OG Anunoby is a better player without any question than Harrison Barnes, how far better? Like, he's like, in my opinion, OG is a really, really strong 3rd player on a great team, right? Like, I don't think we're talking about him supplanting Foxx and Sabonis as one of the top spots on the Sacramento Kings. You're hoping that he can be a better number 3 than Harrison Barnes was the number 3 if you were able to land him. And then you hope that Keegan Murray someday can be that, or possibly even start playing in that number 1, number 2 option area, but you don't know. And so this team is, like, again, it's not built with 2 superstars at the top. It's built with 2 stars and some really, really, really good players in Foxx and Sabonis. But there's still going to be a gap between what they are and what, again, like LeBron James has been historically, or Kevin Durant historically.
You don't like OG as much as James and I do you?
Maybe
OG on the Kings.
Yeah, maybe not as much, but I like him.
Okay.
I like him for sure. I mean, especially, and this is no shade to him. No, don't play the clip, especially if you're replacing him with Harrison. I think he's better than Harrison. You know, I said don't play the clip.
Man, it's been a week long.
I said don't play the clip.
It's a week long.
Harrison, I love you, big dog. But I think
You know,
OG
What
is
Shawn
better.
Michaels said right before the super kick.
I think OG is better though.
yeah, I mean, OG is a game changer on the defensive end, and on the offensive end, he's a very similar player to Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like because I think OG's most like touted, especially with this for his defense. He's not a bad offensive player
No,
at all.
Yeah.
No. Yeah,
I like-
he's
I
a
like-
really good all around player. He's a legit number 3 on a like a title contending team. Like you put him in, I'd put him in the Wiggins category, maybe above Wiggins, like in the grand scheme of things. Like that's what I think of him as a player. I think he's really, really good, and his defensive intensity changes the whole game plan for everyone else. Like
Wiggins.
he's a guy that you put him in a position and he takes a lot of pressure off of everyone.
Wiggins is a 2 right now.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, it's Steph and
He's-
it's Wiggins.
Now here's the problem though. He's a 2, but that's not a championship 2.
No, I did that was the point I was trying to make. Is like if Clay was still Clay, well, we know it's game 6.
Game 6, baby. Oh, it's
If-
going
if-
crazy. Game 6,
like
Clay.
that's Andrew Wiggins is perfect there. Andrew Wiggins can't be a 2,
Not
like a number 2 guy.
I don't think so.
On a championship team?
I don't
Yeah,
think so.
I have a
I
tough
mean,
time.
look, Warrior
yeah.
people and fans will say he was the second best player last year. They won a championship.
Yeah,
So
true.
I mean, maybe that flies
True.
in the face of what I'm saying right now. But
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Kings they're not going to trade Keegan. That's not what I'm saying. Like people bring it up like I'm sending him to Canada right now in an OG trade. No, that's not happening. Like the Kings, if they were to go get OG, it would be with the idea that they would keep Foxx, Sabonis, Murray, and have OG as the 4th in that, like in their group. And then whatever else you got around that, you've got, if you still have Monk, you still have Herter, you still have, Trey Lyles, you still have like some of these other players that actually bring value, Davion Mitchell, whatever it is you got to give up. It's going to be tough, but like that's where I would be if I were the Kings. Like if you're chasing a guy like OG, it's for as much draft capital as possible.
We were talking about DeAndre Ayton a few minutes ago. Do you think Rashawn has value across the league, or in pockets of the league, or anywhere in the league?
No, but
And I don't say that to be a jerk. Like he didn't play a lot this year, so it's a bit difficult for.
No, he's a super negative contract. But that doesn't mean he's not movable. I mean, like I think Joe Johnson is one to prove that any contract can be traded.
Facts. That is an absolute fact right there.
Yeah, and there's been players like throughout the course of time that have been traded for like all kinds of things. So, I mean, whether or not the Kings have to attach 2 second-round picks to get rid of his contract and not take back much, or if they have to attach the number 24 pick and not take back much, that might be something that they at least listen to. But like Rashawn Holmes, like I guess you can just play it out, just keep him on the roster for the next 2 years and pay the $25 million. But I don't know why Mike Brown didn't give him a shot this last year, but he didn't. And I don't expect that to change. And you still look at him like, why would it make, like we keep saying how they could use a player like Brandon Clark. Yeah, like why couldn't Rashawn Holmes have been that type of player? And he just never found it. He never found his niche here with this group of Kings. And, he's a player who's used to playing major minutes and then fell out of the rotation completely. I'm still confused why he never got more of a shot, especially since I don't think Chimezie Metu is really like long for this team either. So you're kind of confused by what's happening. Why is it that you're doing what you're doing with him when he's just losing value left and right? I still think you're not going to stretch provision him, because then you have him on the books for 5 years at $5 million per year. And the only thing you would get is a $7 million savings and roughly $8 million savings next year to trade him. But you're still looking at those last 3 years that you just tacked on where you're paying $5 million a year. And that doesn't make any sense.
It's a tough spot.
I have no idea what's going to happen with Richaun Holmes.
it's a
Because
tough
like you said,
spot.
I don't know the trade partner that you'd have to deal with. I agree with James where the contract makes it feels like it makes it really difficult to move him. Like not to say this in a negative way to Richaun Holmes, but who's taking on that contract? Especially
teams will take it on, but it's going to be in a situation where they're giving out a guy with a 3 or 4 year contract. So like John Collins right now, they're trying to dump his contract. They have been for like the last year and a half after they signed him to an extension. But you got a guy making $25 million per year for another like 3 years. So if you were to move him, they would at least save the last year, because Holmes would fall off the books in the last year and you'd have to come up with more. Like it would be slightly complex. But yeah, I mean, I think that there are ways in which the Kings can move Richaun Holmes. The problem is the second they do something like stretch provision him, the money's dead and you can never get it back again. It's off into space. So don't expect them to do something rash like that because they think that they eventually can use his contract in some way. Even if you wait until the end of this year and you bite the bullet and he barely plays and he makes $12 million, but then the next summer he's looking at $12.8 million. If you stretch provision him, then now you're looking at 3 year stretch provision, but only $4 million per year, and you save $8 million up front. So it makes a lot more sense. And it's a lot smaller dollar amount, and that's just for eating his contract for 1 more year.
That's why I don't gamble. It's dead money that I never get back.
Well, it's Sky River, you might get it back.
I was going to go out the last time we were there. I was going to hit the table. It didn't happen. Hammer, what do you think happens tonight? We've got Warriors at Lakers coming up on ESPN 1320 at 6 o'clock. You got a prediction for that one?
I've been all over the board bad with my predictions. I think the Lakers are going to beat them. So, and if they don't beat them tonight, they're not winning the series. So, you lose tonight, Golden State's going to win Game 7, and here we go again.
Steph is going for 50. I don't know if it's tonight or if it's Sunday. Steph is going for 50 at some point.
Hopefully, it's October.
But will it be enough?
and that's the question.
Hopefully, that's when he goes for 50. October 21st. 2023. Yeah, hopefully it ain't tonight. Hopefully there ain't no Game 7.
Yeah, he could go for 50 and lose, especially if poor freaking Andrew Wiggins can't shoot.
Yeah.
Good thing Draymond plays for the Warriors, or he'd take a shot right in his rib at the start of the game.
Yeah.
You might do it anyway. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's his teammate or not.
Well, that seems like a good place to end this show. Make sure you subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get podcasts from. James' new episode with Sean Cunningham and Brendan Nunez will post here very, very shortly. Make sure you become a premium subscriber over at the Kings Beat. We appreciate you so much for being with us today. We appreciate you so much for being with us this week. We appreciate you so much for being with us. As always, if you're on the Odyssey app, ESPN 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2, you want more NBA talk, you want more from James Ham, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Knicks. Okay, Lake Show.
Oh, man.
That's WB or GSWV, excuse me. We got love for you. Appreciate you, big dog, but hope the Warriors lose.
Yeah.
Same with you, Drew Down.
Yep.
You're our guy. It's love, baby. It's love, but
It's all love.
hopefully they lose.
But if y'all win 2 games in a row, goodbye to all of you.
Hitting you with the Tatum.
We appreciate the views. We appreciate the thumbs up. But if y'all win 2 more, we're never seeing each other again. This is it. It's time to say goodbye. That's right. Because I'm not dealing with your shit. I'm telling y'all that right now. I'm not dealing with y'all if y'all come back 3-1 against the Bron James.
Not against Bron. Bron got to win.
Oh, you talk about a story.
Bron got to win this. He can't let that happen. Bro.
I saw somebody at our friend, our buddy station Don't ever bring LeBron James name up with Michael Jordan again. In a game that they won, firing off tweets in the first quarter. Firing off tweets in the first quarter is dangerous. Don't do it.
Don't press send.
Don't press send. Yeah, have fun tonight, man. Have fun
And then
watching the game.
Laker fans, you guys win. Good. You can go back to going straight to hell.
Peace out. Go right back to hell.
Hulk Hogan, you can go to hell. Straight to hell.
Really got to cut the whole part
Straight to
out.
hell.
You can go to hell.
Straight to hell.
Thomas Lancaster keeps asking, would you trade Davion plus Holmes plus 2 firsts for OG? The answer is yes. Yeah. Like you already did that deal if that's the deal is on the table. Yep. 2 firsts.
I won't do that to Davion, but
Yeah.
You just went back to one really solid defensive guy, though.
Yeah.
That's the downside of it.
Yeah,
get
but I think
gotta give to get, but
the Kings could still use a bigger backup point guard.
you can go get
DeLon Wright.
another one who went to
DeLon Wright.
my guy at Philadelphia to Portland. Thibault.
Oh, Thibault.
Matisse, but he can't play the point.
I can't play the point.
I mean, you would have to ask Malik Monk to shift over and play the full-time point as a backup.
What's the white dude that played here a couple years ago?
From Virginia.
Yeah. He had a
Guy.
huge
Kyle
Kyle
Guy.
Guy. There you
Kyle
go.
Guy. Kyle Guy.
Hell,
Yeah,
they can bring my boy Trey Burke in.
or Gabe Vincent.
Or
Gabe Vincent.
Yeah.
There you
Former
go.
Stockton King.
I like
Gabe
that.
Vincent. He's had a good playoff run, right?
Yeah, really
Yeah, I
good
got
one.
you. I guess that wasn't the most specific question I asked.
They could,
Frankie Ferrari. Who said that? Come on.
Frankie Ferrari. Oh no. Oh no.
Frankie Ferrari was putting in some work though. He was putting
Frankie Ferrari.
Frankie.
Wow.
Frankie.
Wow.
Oh, man.
We're not Nick Stauskas is not coming out of retirement.
Oh, well, shoot.
DeLon Wright is $8 million due next year. You know what though? I would trade Rashawn Holmes for him.
Oh.
Isn't Davion making like close to $8 million?
He's a
Top
number
10
9 pick.
Yeah.
Is it up that high?
It might be a little lower than 8 million, but it's like probably 6 or 7.
Oh yeah. Well, you always remember that he's the number 9 pick. So those two.
Hey,
have
I think we
value.
need to shut down. We've got one other quick responsibility we got to take care of. So we're gonna say goodbye to the live stream. We appreciate y'all, man. Thanks
Y'all
as
have a great
always for
weekend,
riding with
man.
us.